Hello and welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. How are you? I hope you're well. Now, I want to speak to you about going to see a doctor. When was the last time you went to see a doctor and what was it for? So, we can have many reasons about why we want to go to see a doctor. So, it's interesting to look at some vocabulary. Now, you could have an injury. So you could go to the doctor because you have an injury. Now, an injury is a general word for any type of physical impairment, but it's not very specific. You could say, my leg is injured, my arm is injured, but it's not very specific. So we can use words like pain, sore, or ache. Now, these are also general terms, but it can be a little bit more specific. So, for example, I could say my arm is injured, or I could say my arm is sore. So, by saying it's sore, I'm being a bit more specific, and this would help the doctor to maybe ask some questions, and you can think about some answers as well. So, maybe your arm is sore because you have a sports related injury, or maybe you were lifting heavy weights. I've had some injuries before in the past. I've had some injuries when trying to do deadlifts, and it's one of the reasons why I don't do deadlifts anymore. So deadlifts are when you have a barbell, which is a long metal tube, and you have plates on the end, so heavy weights, and you would bend down to lift up the heavy barbell from the ground up to your waist. And I've injured my hip before. So my hip was feeling sore and I had to go to the doctor. Now, we also have words like bruise. Now, a bruise is when you have a black or blue spot that develops after an injury. And it's often an indicator that something severe has happened and you should do something. It's your body's way of letting you know that something is damaged. So if you have a bruise, maybe if you're in an accident, and it's a good idea sometimes to put ice on the bruise to reduce the swelling. You can also have a cut, a wound, or a scratch. So this is when the skin opens after an injury. Maybe you've cut your finger, for example, when you're using some scissors. And here you have an open wound. So the skin is open. And this can be dangerous because it can lead to an infection if bacteria gets into the open wound. Something could be broken. You could have broken your leg or broken your arm. And this refers to specifically to bones. Now, something can also be sprained but not broken. I've had this before when playing football. I've sprained my ankle. And when you have a sprain, it can be accompanied by bruising as well. So you could have black or blue discoloration on your skin after you've had a sprain. So you can also have a bite when you've been bitten by an animal or an insect. So we have some of these interesting words to use, and it's quite nice because you're able to describe the injury in a lot more detail. So if you want to go to a doctor, specifically in the UK, they are called a GP, a general practitioner. So this is when you're not feeling well, you can book an appointment with a doctor. Often it can take a long time unless you have private healthcare. In the UK, we have the NHS, the National Health Service, which is free. Sometimes it can take a long time, so many people opt to have private healthcare. But you need to go to a GP in order to have a referral. So a referral is when you need to see a specialist. If something is urgent, you can go straight to the hospital. You can go straight to A&E, accidents and emergencies, and you can tell them that this is an emergency, and you'd often have to wait while the hospital assesses how urgent the situation is. So you can have different words related to illness. You can be ill, you can be sick. This is a general feeling of discomfort within the body, but it's not very specific. It's similar to injury. So you can say, I'm not feeling well today, I'm feeling a bit sick, but you're not giving more detail. So you can have things like a fever. If you have a fever, you have a high temperature, and this is why you are feeling ill. If you ever have to call in sick to work and you have to explain to them that you're not feeling well, sometimes they will ask for reasons as to why you are not feeling well. Or if you go to the doctor, you can tell them that you have a high fever. You may also be vomiting, which can be very unpleasant. You could have a sore throat. So this is a painful feeling in the throat, especially when you try to swallow and it's very uncomfortable. You can have swelling. So swelling is when you can notice a part on your body and the skin has raised. You can have internal swelling where you can't actually see this, but if it's on the outside, it can be very noticeable. Blood pressure. So blood pressure is the rate that blood flows throughout the body. So you can have high blood pressure, you can have low blood pressure, and these can be areas for concern. So if you're having high blood pressure, it can be very dangerous for your heart because your body is not pumping blood throughout your body and keeping you healthy. You could have chills. So when you have chills, it's when you feel extremely cold, especially when you have a fever. You can go through periods of feeling incredibly hot and then incredibly cold. You could have an upset stomach. An informal word for this is a dodgy tummy. So if you have an upset stomach, you're unable to function. This can make you feel fatigued and very lethargic. You could have difficulty or trouble breathing. You could feel faint, or you may have already fainted. So this is when you lose consciousness for a short period of time. So when you feel faint, you haven't actually fainted, but you feel like you could. And this is very useful information for the doctor because they can assess whether you have low blood pressure or low blood sugar, for example. You could have a runny nose. This is a common symptom of having a flu or having a cold. So it can be coupled with a sore throat, a headache, and generally feeling under the weather. So you can have a cold or a flu. Now these are extremely common, but what is the difference between a cold and a flu? A flu is more severe. So a cold, you may have coughing, a sore throat, runny nose. When you have a flu, you also have a higher fever, maybe muscle aches, and maybe congestion. So you're finding it very difficult to breathe. A headache. So you can have a headache, you can have a migraine. So a migraine is a more severe form of a headache. You can have pneumonia. This is when flu symptoms persist and become incredibly dangerous and you feel the effects a lot more. A rash. A rash is a group of spots on the skin that develops as a reaction to something. So your skin has reacted to something. inflammation, so the swelling or enlargement of a certain area. Indigestion, you could have indigestion problems. So this is when you have problems digesting something. You may have heartburn, and when you go to the doctor, you can tell them that I have indigestion problems. So you have problems with your stomach. An ulcer. So an ulcer is when the normal function of an organ is somehow disrupted. You could have asthma. Asthma is difficulty breathing on a permanent or semi-permanent basis. Some people may have to use an inhaler that has certain medication to help them to breathe better. A stroke. A stroke is when blood supply to the brain is reduced, interrupted, or stopped. And you may be able to notice this in yourself or in others when one side of their face may be uneven compared to the other side of the face. So the brain has not received an adequate supply of blood. Arthritis. So arthritis is when it's difficult to move certain muscles or joints, and it can be very restrictive. It can really impair your life, and as you get older, you can start to develop arthritis. This is something that I worry about as well, because I like to be mobile, I like to get out and about, and having arthritis really restricts your freedom of movement. Diabetes. So diabetes is when people have too much sugar, glucose, in their blood. You can have type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and you will have to take medication for this and be very strict with the amount of sugar you are consuming. You may have to test your blood levels regularly to make sure that you do not have too much sugar in your blood. Cancer. This is when the blood cells begin to abnormally divide and spread. Amnesia, when a patient has trouble remembering things. Maybe they've had a concussion. So a concussion is very common in sports, for example. And there's been a development in football. So when a player has a head injury, the referee is instructed to stop play and make sure that player receives treatment. In the past, the player would have had to just carry on as normal. But having head injuries and looking after your brain and your head is extremely important. Allergies. So allergies, when you can't eat or touch a certain item. You could have something like a nut allergy. Do you have allergies? Thankfully, I don't, but I can see how it would be very restrictive in your life, and having to constantly monitor what you are eating. You could even be allergic to animals, for example. When you go to see the doctor, now you become the patient. So a patient is anyone who visits the doctor, and they may give you medicine in the form of pills or tablets. If you're unable to swallow tablets, it's always a good idea to ask for a liquid alternative. You have many types of doctors. You will come across a nurse. So a nurse is a person who supports the doctors and takes care of the patients. An allergist. This is someone who specializes in allergies. A dermatologist, a doctor who specializes in skin. A gynecologist, a doctor who specializes in female reproductive health. A midwife is someone who helps deliver babies. Neurologist specializes in brain and neurosystems. An oncologist specializes in cancers and tumors. Pediatrician, a doctor who works with children. A physical therapist improves muscles and body movement. Psychiatrist, a doctor who specializes in mental health. So it'll be interesting to know, when you've gone to see a doctor, have you ever seen a specialist before. And I think it's quite nice to be aware of the different types of doctors. And a good thing to do to improve your English is actually to create scenarios in your head. So whenever you are bored, imagine from beginning to end. So you've called up the doctor, you're speaking to the receptionist first. You say to the receptionist, "Hello, can I book an appointment for Monday at 1 p.m., please?" So they will book the appointment. Then you can visualize yourself going into the doctor's, seeing the receptionist, giving her your details, going to the waiting area, being called to see the doctor, and describing your symptoms to the doctor. And you can be imaginative with this. You can think about different symptoms. You could say, I have a fever, I have a upset stomach, I have a headache, I have a cough, I have a sore throat. And then you can imagine the doctor referring you to a specialist. And here, it doesn't really have to make sense. It could be any specialist. It could be a dermatologist, for example. Then he would write the prescription for you. Then you would have to go to the pharmacy. You would present them with your prescription, and they would give you the medication. Then you would receive a letter to go and see the specialist doctor. Then when you go to see the specialist doctor in the hospital, you can visualize yourself walking into the hospital, greeting the receptionist, telling her that or him that you would like to see the specific doctor. "Hello, I'm here to see the dermatologist," and interacting with the dermatologist. So in this case, if it's a dermatologist, you know it's a doctor who specializes in skin. So you can think about things that can happen to the skin. Maybe you have a rash. Maybe your skin is inflamed. So you could say to the doctor, "I have a rash." You can try to describe the rash. Is it a small rash in a localized area, which means a specific area, or is it all over your body? Then you can ask the doctor, "What do you think I should do?" You can ask for assistance. And you can imagine the doctor saying to you, "Okay, take these antibiotics." And then you have to go back to the pharmacy to take your medication. So this way, it's very useful to actually visualize and not just learning vocabulary and words in isolation, because it really helps your brain, and it's quite interactive as well. And you can speak out aloud. And sometimes if you don't have the vocabulary, you can say the word in your native language and just write it down. It's a fantastic idea to have a small notebook. You can do this on your phone, but there's something really special about having a notebook and writing something down, and just keep that with you. And then later you can translate the word into English to fill in the gaps. But really visualizing scenarios, I find, is really helpful for my students, because it's like muscle memory. You are preparing yourself for the actual event. So when you have to go to see the doctor or go to the hospital and speak in English, you've already practiced this thousands of times already in your head. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you found this lesson interesting and useful. Today I wanted to talk about words that are used in the UK and words that are used in America. Many words have crossed borders, and people have adapted these words into their everyday lives. And the line between American English and British English can become very blurred. Do you use any American words or any British words in your daily lives? Now, let's have a look at this article here. I'm going to shift myself over here. Bonkers for Britishisms. the UK terms Americans have embraced. So this already is a very interesting title here. So bonkers means a bit crazy. If something is bonkers, it's crazy or it's unbelievable. If you wanted to buy a new iPhone and you saw it for £100 and it's brand new, that's bonkers. Or if you saw someone acting crazy, they are bonkers. And Britishisms are words, phrases, spellings, or ways of speaking that are typical of British English, especially when they are different from American English or other forms of English. So also embraced. So embraced means to accept willingly or enthusiastically, especially an idea, change, or opportunity. She embraced the new working style with great enthusiasm. So when you embrace something, you accept it. Researchers have catalogued the British words and phrases most used in US conversation, sparking delight and frustration. The Americanization of British English is often described as a linguistic disaster. Frustrations over imported words or usages from awesome to ATM are well documented. So ATM, this stands for Automated Teller Machine. It's a machine to perform basic banking transactions such as withdrawing money, checking account balances, or depositing cash. In the UK, you will also hear cash machine or cash point. So this one is quite interesting because I use ATM a lot. It's easier to say and quicker to say than a cash machine, but I also do use cash machine. I could ask someone, where is the nearest cash machine? Or have you seen a cash machine around? But in recent years, there's been growing interest in the opposite phenomenon, Britishisms that have made their way into American English. These days, it's not uncommon to hear Americans describing a single event as a one-off or noting that a perfect assessment is spot on. These are very common phrases in the UK. If something is a one-off, for example, if there is a special event happening in your city, it could be a one-off event. If something is spot on, it's something which is exact or perfect. If someone is describing something, for example, the weather is amazing today and it is usually very grey, a person could respond, that's spot on. So that means that that's a very accurate description. People on both sides of the Atlantic have complained about this exchange. Britons have long argued that Americanisms are poisoning or even killing their language. But it must be alive and well, since some Americans vent about the opposite. They feel that their compatriots are being a bit twee when they impersonate an Englishman. Others, however, welcome the cross-pollination, not least apparently young Americans. So, twee. Twee as an adjective, this means something that is too sweet, too cute, or overly sentimental in a way that feels unnatural or a bit annoying. For example, the village was pretty, but it felt a bit twee, like something out of a film set. Vent as a verb, this means to express strong emotions, especially anger or frustration. For example, after the meeting, she needed to vent about how unfair it was. So many people vent and sometimes it's just natural. If you're very frustrated, you can vent, and it can release stress. Sometimes people can vent too much, so you have to be careful. If you have friends or colleagues that are dumping on you or offloading and venting to you, it can feel overwhelming and toxic at times. So you have to be careful how much time you spend around these people. Gen Z is helping to fuel the import of Britishisms into American English. According to researchers at Northern Arizona University, who collaborated with the language learning platform Babbel to investigate the phenomenon, using a database called the Lancaster Northern Arizona Corpus of American Spoken English, that's a mouthful, a joint project with the UK's Lancaster University. The team analysed 1,000 hours of spoken American English recorded between January 2023 and October 2024. In the process, they identified the most commonly used Britishisms in American English. So, again, whenever you see a number, it's nice to think about deduction. So we can see 1,000 hours. So this is a very long time. It's not 5 hours or 10 hours. So here we can assume that this was a thorough investigation into analysing words. British invasion, how UK lingo conquered, I think it should be how conquered the US. Okay. The most common was bonkers, meaning absurd, which applied to topics from politics to sports to internet trends. According to the language learning platform Babbel, the word is believed to derive from bonk, meaning hit on the head, and first appeared in the Oxford English Dictionary in 1943. At the time, a soldier wrote that losing contact with his family would cause him to go bonkers. By 1965, it had appeared in the US in a New York Times article describing a film character, and by the 2000s, it was common in the US. Back in the UK, it got renewed life from Dizzy Rascal's 2009 hit of the same name, which later appeared in the US show Rick and Morty, the researchers note. So here it's really interesting because you can see how this word, it infiltrated pop culture, especially Rick and Morty. I love Rick and Morty. It's a really funny show. If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's not really for kids, more for adults, even though it's an animation, but it's incredibly funny. I really enjoy it. Right, so the rest of the top 10. Amongst rather than among, whose use has nearly quadrupled in the US over the past 4 decades. Q, whose frequent use on tech platforms such as Netflix has given its British meaning what Americans would generally call a line, a new life in the US. Yay! So Q is like a British institution. You will see people queuing all the time in the UK. Wonky, this means a bit off. If you are cutting something and you didn't cut it quite straight, then it's a bit wonky. Cheeky, this means a bit naughty or indulgent, as frequently used by Mike Myers, a Canadian with English parents, on Saturday Night Live in the 1990s. Snarky, this is often used to describe early internet discourse and sites such as Gawker. So snarky is a very common word in the UK as an adjective. This means speaking or behaving in a sharply critical, rude, or mocking way, often with a bit of humor. So, for example, he made a snarky comment about her presentation. So the comment that he made wasn't really polite. It could have been rude or making fun of her presentation. Cheers, which has long been used while clinking glasses in the US, but has started to mean thanks in some contexts. I say cheers all the time. It's a really useful utility word, has many uses. You can say it to mean thank you or to say goodbye. Keen, this means enthusiastic. Maths rather than just math, which has become more familiar in the US due to international academic work and social media. Nil, meaning zero, which is turning up in online gaming. In addition to the list of words, researchers examined the demographics of the speakers. They found that the use of bonkers is most common among Gen Z. So Generation Z, also known as Gen Z or Zoomers, refers to people born between 1997 and 2012, whose numbers accounted for 77% of users in the database. People age 66 and older didn't use it at all. Meanwhile, 90% of bonkers speakers were women and 97% lived in urban areas. That's quite interesting. Do you use the word bonkers? Esteban Tuma, a linguistic expert with Babbel, said Gen Z's use of Britishisms was a result of cultural globalization, pointing to the impact of social media as well as streaming services that give Americans greater access to UK television and films. Love Island, for example, has taught Americans about getting the ick and grafting. Meanwhile, British musicians, including Charlie, XCX and Harry Styles, continue to make their mark in the US. British media outlets, including The Guardian and The Mail, have a growing influence on the US political conversation. Getting the ick is a very British and modern slang expression. It means feeling put off, disgusted, or completely turned off by someone, especially someone you are romantically interested in. It often happens over something small, silly, or unexpected. I really liked her at first, but then she kept talking with her mouth full and I got the ick. Grafting. So grafting, it has a classical meaning. This means working very hard. For example, he's been grafting all week to finish that project. It can also mean flirting or putting in a lot of effort to win someone's romantic interest. So this is modern slang and it's popular from Love Island. So for example, he's been grafting her all night at the party. So he's been working really hard to get her attention. And for the most part, Americans seem to welcome the linguistic imports. We have occasionally complained about British incursions into American English. A US literary critic named Richard Grant White, who coined the term Briticism in 1868, was enraged by the use of awfully to mean very, and Ben Yagoda notes on his blog, not one of Britishisms, but generally speaking, the vitriol is reserved for Americanisms infiltrating Britain. Yagoda, perhaps the US's premier tracker of Britishisms, didn't hear any complaints from Americans over his book Gobsmacked. So gobsmacked, this means to be shocked or amazed. Vitriol as a noun, it means cruel, bitter, and very harsh criticism, often expressed with anger or nastiness. The politician faced a lot of vitriol after his comments. So why do Americans embrace Britishisms? Sometimes Yagoda says it's just Darwinian. It's better, it's more useful, it's more vivid. Gobsmacked is far more colourful than surprised. The phrase go missing to describe a missing person is so useful and thus so embedded in American English that most Americans saying it probably didn't realize it's borrowed. In other cases, Yagoda says, users of Britishisms, especially writers, are just looking for a new way to say something. In either direction, the exchange of phrases is a healthy thing, Yagoda says. It aerates the language a little bit. So a lot of interesting words there. We have Darwinian. As an adjective, this relates to the ideas and theories of Charles Darwin, particularly his theory of evolution and the concept of natural selection. It's used to describe anything that is influenced by or follows Darwin's principles of evolution, which is the survival of the fittest and adaptation. The corporate world can sometimes feel like a Darwinian environment where only the best succeed. Aerates, as a verb, this means to introduce air into something, usually making it lighter, fresher, or more breathable. So here he's saying that when you add some Britishisms into your writing or speech, it makes your sentences more lively and more interesting. But, of course, there is a charm in different dialects. Who hasn't chatted with friends about regional quirks, whether between Dallas and Los Angeles or New York and London, treasuring the differences between British and American English and fretting about the increasing UK use of cookies for biscuits or TV seasons instead of series is understandable. So quirks here as a noun, this refers to unusual or peculiar habits, behaviors or traits that are distinctive to a person, place or thing. They can be charming, funny or just odd. For example, she has some quirky habits like always wearing mismatched socks. Do you have any quirky habits? I don't think I do. Maybe one. I have a habit of making sure that shoes or sandals are never on the side, but the sole is facing downwards. I'm not sure if that's really a quirk. Okay, but Yagoda isn't worried. The difference between dialects is still very distinct, and there's no reason to think it won't be in the future. While certain phrases are traded between the countries, countless other subtle differences hold. Going round someone's house in the UK rather than over to their house in the US. Saying things are different to rather than different from each other. Having an ice cream versus having ice cream. There's no reason for these usages to cross the ocean, Yagoda says, unlike gobsmacked and surprised. Different to is no better than different from, so why would anyone make the switch? It would be bonkers. In the meantime, new Britishisms and Americanisms are enriching their home countries all the time, Yagoda says. Some of them will come over one way or the other, if they're cool, flashy and funny, but the majority, I think, will stay put. So this was a very interesting article. It will be interesting to hear from you and Think about some of the British words or the American words that you use in your daily life. I think in the UK, a lot more people say the word super, it's super cool, or it's super fun, and also words like awesome. Okay. So now I'm going to read the article all the way through to help with your pronunciation. Just going to take another sip of water. It's always good to be hydrated, so drink water. Bonkers for Britishisms, the UK terms Americans have embraced. Researchers have catalogued the British words and phrases most used in US conversation, sparking delight and frustration. The Americanization of British English is often described as a linguistic disaster. Frustrations over imported words or usages from awesome to ATM are well documented. But in recent years, there's been growing interest in the opposite phenomenon, Britishisms that have made their way into American English. These days, it's not uncommon to hear Americans describing a single event as a one-off or noting that a perfect assessment is spot on. People on both sides of the Atlantic have complained about this exchange. Britons have long argued that Americanisms are poisoning or even killing their language. But it must be alive and well, since some Americans vent about the opposite. They feel their compatriots are a bit twee when they impersonate an Englishman. Others, however, welcome the cross-pollination, not least apparently young Americans. Gen Z is helping to fuel the import of Britishisms into American English. According to researchers at Northern Arizona University, who collaborated with the language learning platform Babbel to investigate the phenomenon. Using a database called the Lancaster Northern Arizona Corpus of American Spoken English, a joint project with the UK's Lancaster University, the team analysed 1,000 hours of spoken English recorded between January 2023 and October 2024. In the process, they identified the most commonly used Britishisms in American English. British invasion, how UK lingo conquered the US. The most common was bonkers, meaning absurd, which applied to topics from politics to sports to internet trends, according to the language learning platform Babbel. The word is believed to derive from bonk, meaning hit on the head, and first appeared in the Oxford British Dictionary in 1943. At the time, a soldier wrote that losing contact with his family would cause him to go bonkers. By 1965, it had appeared in the US in New York Times article describing a film character, and by the 2000s, it was common in the US. Back in the UK, it got renewed life from Dizzy Rascal's 2009 hit of the same name, which later appeared in the US show Rick and Morty, the researchers note. The rest of the top 10. Amongst, rather than among, whose use has nearly quadrupled in the US over the past 4 decades. Q, whose frequent use on tech platforms such as Netflix has given its British meaning what Americans would generally call a line, a new life in the US. Wonky, meaning a bit off. Cheeky, meaning a bit naughty or indulgent, as frequently used by Mike Myers, a Canadian with English parents on Saturday Night Live in the 1990s. Snarky, often used to describe early internet discourse and sites such as Gawker. Cheers, which has long been used while clinking glasses in the US, but has started to mean thanks in some context. Keen, meaning enthusiastic. Maths rather than just math, which has become more familiar in the US due to international academic work and social media. Nil, meaning zero, which is turning up in online gaming. In addition to the list of words, researchers examined the demographics of the speakers. They found that the use of bonkers is most common among Gen Z, whose members accounted for 77% of users in the database. People aged 66 and older didn't use it at all. Meanwhile, 90% of Bonker speakers were women and 97% lived in urban areas. Esteban Tuma, a linguistic expert with Babbel, said Gen Z's use of Britishisms was a result of cultural globalization, pointing to the impact of social media as well as streaming services that give Americans greater access to UK television and films. Love Island, for example, has taught Americans about getting the ick and grafting. Meanwhile, British musicians, including Charlie, XCX and Harry Styles, continue to make their mark in the US. British media outlets, including The Guardian and The Mail, have a growing influence on the US political conversation. And for the most part, Americans seem to welcome the linguistic imports. We have occasionally complained about British incursions into British English. A US literary critic named Richard Grant White, who coined the term Briticism in 1868, was enraged by the use of awfully to mean very, and Ben Yagoda notes on his blog, not one of Britishisms, but generally speaking, the vitriol is reserved for Americanisms infiltrating Britain. Yagoda, perhaps the US's premier tracker of Britishisms, didn't hear any complaints from Americans over his book Gobsmacked. So why do Americans embrace Britishisms? Sometimes Yagoda says, it's just Darwinian. It's better, it's more useful, it's more vivid. Gobsmacked is far more colourful than surprised. The phrase go missing to describe a missing person is so useful and thus so embedded in American English that most Americans saying it, including me, probably didn't realize it's borrowed. In other cases, Yagoda says, users of Britishisms, especially in writers, are just looking for a new way to say something. In either direction, the exchange of phrases is a healthy thing, Yagoda says. It aerates the language a little bit. But of course, there is a charm in different dialects. Who hasn't chatted with friends about regional quirks, whether between Dallas and Los Angeles or New York and London, treasuring the differences between British and American English, and fretting about the increasing UK use of cookies for biscuits or TV seasons instead of series is understandable. But Yagoda isn't worried. The difference between dialects is still very distinct, and there's no reason to think it won't be in the future. While certain phrases are traded between the countries, countless other subtle differences hold, going round someone's house in the UK rather than over to their house in the US. Saying things are different to, rather than different from each other, having an ice cream versus having ice cream. There's no reason for these usages to cross the ocean, Yagoda says, unlike gobsmacked and surprised. Different to is no better than different from, so why would anyone make the switch? It would be bonkers. In the meantime, new Britishisms and Americanisms are enriching their home countries all the time. Yagoda says, some of them will come over one way or the other, if they're cool and flashy and funny, but the majority, I think, will stay put. So there you have it. This was a really interesting article. Personally, I don't think I would ever use the word cookie instead of biscuits. If it's a cookie, then it's a cookie, in meaning that it has chocolate chips in it. But normal biscuits, I don't think I would ever call those cookies because it would just sound strange. It's the same thing with football and soccer. But it's interesting how just the use of the internet and things like Netflix has exposed many people to different TV, different movies from all cultures. And I think it's only a good thing to be aware of different words, because sometimes you can nitpick certain words, and when you nitpick, it means to be overly critical. but I think it's nice just to adapt different words. It can show more flavor and color. And if you think about fluency, being able to express yourself with more words and in different ways is only a good thing, because you can use the words in an ironic or humorous way. It doesn't have to be in a serious way. Hello and welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. I hope you're well. So today is a very special day for Arsenal Football Club, and it's also a nice way to learn English by looking at a news article, a sports news article. Now let's have a look here. So today it says, a beautiful story, but we want much more. So this is Mikel Arteta, the manager of Arsenal Football Club. Now, even if you're not interested in football or sports, I find reading about different topics can broaden your knowledge and you'll pick up some useful vocabulary and idioms. Arsenal's run to the Champions League semi-finals has been a beautiful story, but the Gunners want much more, says manager Mikel Arteta as they prepare to host Paris Saint-Germain, or PSG for short. So here we have run to the Champions League. So here this is talking about the actual process. So they've had many matches along the way. So this is the lead up to the final. Arteta said Tuesday's first leg is one of the biggest games the Emirates Stadium has seen and called on fans to play every ball together. Arsenal beating reigning champions Real Madrid 5-1 on aggregate in the quarterfinals will now face French side PSG, who they beat 2-0 in the final league phase in October. So reigning, this means to be the current champions. Aggregate means in total. So there were two matches, 3-0 in the first game, 2-1 in the second game. So you add the total together and aggregate is the final score. And this is pronounced as 2-0. So rather than 2-0, we can say nil. And this is quite specific to football. So this is quite useful to read this article. So it's 2-0. The Gunners. Now the Gunners, this is a nickname for the Arsenal players. So we have Gooners, and the Gooners are the fans of the team, and the Gunners, they are the players. So the Gunners, who have never won the Champions League, last reached the semi-finals in 2009, where they suffered a 4-1 aggregate defeat by Manchester United. Managed by Arsene Wenger, they also lost the 2006 final to Barcelona. You feel the weight of history, said Arteta on the eve of the semi-final first leg. So to feel the weight of something. So here, to feel the weight of history. This means that there is a lot of pressure, because if you go back in the past, Arsenal have had opportunities to win the Champions League, and there's a lot of pressure. They didn't win it, but this time they have a good chance. Especially because we have a lot of people who have worked at this club for many, many years, and they've never been in this position. This tells you how unique and beautiful this is. We are making history. It's a beautiful story right now, but we want much more. Arsenal's season has been hampered by injuries to key players including Kai Havertz, Bukayo Saka, Martin Odegaard and Ben White. Here we have the word hampered. It's quite a nice word, and this means to be impeded or to be slowed down. So Arsenal, they were doing quite well, but then their progress was slowed down, was hindered by injuries to key players. They have won only one of their past 4 Premier League matches, which helped Liverpool clinch the title on Sunday with 4 games to spare. So to clinch means to win. So they won the title. But in Europe, they have won 6 of the 8 league phase games and also beat PSV Eindhoven 9-3 on aggregate in the last 16 on their way to the semi-finals. Arteta added, the fact that we are here as one of the 4 best teams in Europe, it tells about the mindset, spirit, and how much we really want it. His squad will be boosted by the return of Mikel, Merino, and White to training, but Arteta also challenged the Gunners, faithful to create an even better atmosphere than the 3-0 win against Real Madrid. So here he's looking at deduction. So the fact that they are there. So the fact that Arsenal are there in the last 4, this is proof that Arsenal are one of the best teams. I am not exaggerating. Guys, bring your boots, your shorts and t-shirt and let's play every ball together, Arteta said, who was eyeing his first major silverware at the club since the FA Cup in 2020. You want to do something special, that place has to be something special, something we haven't seen. So the atmosphere in today's game is going to be electric. It's going to be amazing, especially if everyone is dressed up in the full Arsenal kit. We want to write a page in history, Luis Enrique. So to write a page in history, this means to go down in history. It means to be remembered, because people don't remember if you finish second place. They only remember the winners. Paris Saint-Germain looked far from serious Champions League contenders when they lost to Arsenal in the league phase. The Ligue 1 side only won once and lost 3 of their first 5 games in Europe before squeezing through to the knockout phase playoffs in 15th place. So squeezing through. So this doesn't imply it was easy. On the contrary, it implies that it was difficult. So they had to squeeze through. They didn't sail through, they had to squeeze through. But Luis Enrique believes his side are a more complete team 7 months on. I think there are some big differences from the Arsenal defeat, the PSG manager said. I watched that match again and saw our progress. I think we're a better team and we've shown that throughout the competition. We had the toughest league phase. At first, I thought it was detrimental, but in the end, it was positive because it helped us progress. Detrimental, a very nice word. This means to cause harm. So he's saying, at first, I thought it caused us harm, but it helped us. And thinking about some idioms, you can say, every cloud has a silver lining. So even though it was difficult, it actually made PSG stronger by facing tougher opposition. We are a more complete team now, and we want to write a page in history. PSG, who were crowned domestic champions again this month, are aiming for a first Champions League title despite the exits of Kylian Mbappe, Lionel Messi and Neymar. So this is quite interesting because PSG have had some of the best players ever and they were unable to win the Champions League. And now they don't have many superstars, but they are playing better as a team. So they are a more dangerous team. After beating fellow French club Brest 10-0 on aggregate in the playoffs, they overcame successive English opponents in Liverpool and Aston Villa. Before the semi-final, Luis Enrique said he sees similarities between his side and Arteta's Arsenal. So this is a very interesting article to get people ready for the match ahead. And what would your prediction be? It's interesting when you think about analyzing teams because this game will be played at home at the Emirates. And usually the onus means a responsibility. The onus is on the home team to attack more. And Arsenal at the moment, I feel, are a better counter-attacking team. So they would want PSG to attack and they can hit PSG on the counter. So it could go either way. I predict a 2-1 score. And this is because one of Arsenal's key players, Thomas Partey, is suspended. And he is very vital. He's crucial to the midfield to help the team progress the ball and create opportunities to score. Then in the next game, in the away leg, I think that the onus will be on PSG to attack, and they will be more vulnerable to conceding a goal. So when you concede is when the opposition team scores against you. So I think that game will finish 1-1, and therefore it will be 3-2 on aggregate. So remember, aggregate means overall. Hello and welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. How are you today? I hope you're well. And today you're going to learn English through a story. You'll discover the fascinating life of Tony Buzan, the man who transformed the way we think, learn and remember information. I'm really excited to share this story with you because Tony Buzan changed my life. When I read his book many years ago, it changed the way I think. So I'm really excited to share this story with you today. You will also improve your vocabulary, pronunciation, and comprehension by hearing English in a natural and engaging way. So my name is Harry. I'm a native English speaker from London. I'm also a professional English teacher, and I've helped thousands of learners across the world become more fluent, more confident, and more successful in English. So let's get started. So this is Tony Buzan. Tony Buzan was born in London in 1942. From a young age, he showed an extraordinary curiosity about the workings of the human mind. While many children were content to memorize facts, Tony often wondered how memory itself could be improved. This deep curiosity shaped the course of his entire life. Tony was also an excellent athlete, particularly skilled in rowing and long-distance running. His athletic pursuits taught him the value of discipline, focus, and resilience, all of which would later influence his approach to mental training. We have some nice vocabulary here. So extraordinary, as an adjective, this means very unusual or remarkable. Curiosity, as a noun, this means a strong desire to know or learn something. Resilience, as a noun, this means the ability to recover quickly from difficulties. So for example, learning English, you need to have resilience because many things get in the way, or if you have a dream or a goal or something you want to achieve, you have to have resilience and keep going even when you have difficult times. Tony Buzan pursued his studies at the University of British Columbia in Canada. He studied psychology, English literature, mathematics, and the sciences. This diverse academic background gave him a broad understanding of the mind from multiple perspectives. After graduating, Tony became increasingly interested in how people could improve memory and creativity. He noticed that traditional note-taking methods were often boring and ineffective. Determined to find a better way, he began developing a new method that would later become known as the mind map. And using mind maps changed my life because I found taking notes in a list was incredibly boring, but using mind maps made studying a lot more fun and creative. So we have pursue as a verb. This means to follow or seek after something. Ineffective as an adjective. This means not producing the desired result. Method as a noun. This is a particular form of procedure for accomplishing something. So if you want to improve your English, having a method where you study every day, or you listen to one of my videos every day, this can help you to get to your goals much faster. Tony's major breakthrough came in the 1970s when he published his first significant book, Use Your Head. In this book, he introduced the concept of the mind map to a global audience. Mind mapping encourages learners to think visually, to make connections between ideas, and to organize information in a way that mirrors the brain's natural processes. Instead of writing lists in straight lines, mind maps allow ideas to radiate from a central theme, branching out creatively in all directions. This approach helped learners to memorize more information, understanding concepts more deeply, and enjoy the process of studying. So breakthrough as a noun, this means a sudden, dramatic, and important discovery. Radiate as a verb means to spread outwards from a central point. Concept as a noun, this means an abstract idea or a general notion or idea. Tony's work rapidly gained popularity among students and teachers and business professionals alike. He was invited to speak at conferences and workshops around the world. People from every background found his methods accessible, effective, and inspiring. At the heart of his message was a powerful idea. Learning could be joyful, creative, and limitless if we understood how our minds truly worked. So we have accessible as an adjective. This is an easy approach, reach or understand. Limitless as an adjective means without end, limit, or boundary. Inspiring as an adjective means making someone feel enthusiastic or excited about doing something. Throughout his life, Tony wrote more than 80 books. His writings cover topics such as speed reading, memory enhancement, creative thinking, and how to unlock human potential. I've tried speed reading before and I found it amazing, and learning how the eyes work, because normally as children we start to use our finger to point to the word and we move our finger as we read, but as we become older we're encouraged not to use our finger. But it's really effective at learning to read very quickly. And over time, you can learn to read two words, 3 words. And it's such an amazing feeling when you start to read whole sentences in one go. And you can use a pencil to guide your eyes. His mission was simple yet profound. He wanted to give ordinary people the tools to think more effectively, to achieve more, and to live more fulfilling lives. Tony believed that intelligence was not a fixed quantity. He rejected the outdated idea that some people were born smart and others were not. Instead, he argued that with the right techniques, anyone could become more intelligent, more creative, and more capable. Enhancement as a noun, this means the process of improving something. Profound as an adjective means very great or intense. Unlock potential. This means to release or develop one's abilities fully. So to unlock your potential when it comes to learning English, it's nice to interact with English in different ways. So listening to my videos, reading books, writing, watching English TV shows. In addition to writing and lecturing, Tony launched several global initiatives. He founded the World Memory Championships, an international event where competitors demonstrate extraordinary feats of memory. Throughout this event, he showed the world that the boundaries of human memory are far greater than most people believe. Tony also worked with schools, universities, and businesses to promote what he called mental literacy. He taught that just as reading and writing are essential skills, so too are creativity, memory, and critical thinking. So we have initiative as a noun. This is a new plan or action intended to solve a problem or improve a situation. Feats as a noun. This means impressive achievements that require great strength, skill, or effort. Mental literacy. This phrase means the ability to use and develop your mind effectively. Despite his fame, Tony remained humble throughout his life. He cared deeply about education and was genuinely passionate about helping others realize their own abilities. He often compared the brain to a muscle. Just as a muscle grows stronger with regular exercise, he believed that the brain grows more powerful with regular use of effective learning techniques. Because of this belief, Tony inspired millions of people to adopt what is now known as a growth mindset. This is the idea that talents and intelligence are not fixed, but can be developed through effort, good strategies, and support from others. So we have humble as an adjective. This means having a modest view of one's own importance. So the opposite to humble would be arrogant, when you think you are very important. But being humble means having a balanced and modest view of yourself. Adopt as a verb. This means to start up or start to use something. Growth mindset. This phrase means the belief that abilities can be developed with dedication and hard work. Having a growth mindset, I think, is really important to lead a happy and balanced life, because when you start to learn something, you're naturally going to have a lot of motivation in the beginning, but you're going to face challenges. Life gets in the way. And having a growth mindset means that you understand that even when you have difficulties, if you keep going, you will start to see improvement. Tony Buzan passed away in 2019. However, his influence remains strong across the world. Today, millions of people use mind maps to organize their thoughts, improve their memory, prepare for exams, and plan their professional projects. Tony's legacy is a powerful reminder the human mind is an extraordinary tool, and with the right methods, we can all achieve far more than we ever imagined. So, just briefly before I read the article from beginning to end, I think that reading about Tony Buzan is really beneficial, and trying mind maps. I personally love them because I'm a creative person, I'm a more visual person, and being able to summarize complex information, it makes it easier for me to process and have a high level view of what I need to know. Okay, so I'm going to read the story from beginning to end. And at certain sections, you can stop the video and try to repeat after me, or you can listen to the whole story from beginning to end. Tony Buzan was born in London in 1942. From a young age, he showed an extraordinary curiosity about the workings of the human mind. While many children were content to memorize facts, Tony often wondered how memory itself could be improved. This deep curiosity shaped the course of his entire life. Tony was also an excellent athlete, particularly skilled in rowing and long-distance running. His athletic pursuits taught him the value of discipline, focus, and resilience, all of which would later influence his approach to mental training. Tony Buzan pursued his studies at the University of British Columbia in Canada. He studied psychology, English literature, mathematics, and the sciences. This diverse academic background gave him a broad understanding of the mind from multiple perspectives. After graduating, Tony became increasingly interested in how people could improve memory and creativity. He noticed that traditional note-taking methods were often boring and ineffective. Determined to find a better way, he began developing a new method that would later become known as the mind map. Tony's major breakthrough came in the early 1970s when he published his first significant book, Use Your Head. In this book, he introduced the concept of the mind map to a global audience. Mind mapping encourages learners to think visually, to make connections between ideas, and to organize information in a way that mirrors the brain's natural processes. Instead of writing lists in straight lines, mind maps allow ideas to radiate from a central theme, branching out creatively in all directions. This approach helped learners to memorize more information, understand concepts more deeply, and enjoy the process of studying. Tony's work rapidly gained popularity among students, teachers, and business professionals alike. He was invited to speak at conferences and workshops around the world. People from every background found his methods accessible, effective, and inspiring. At the heart of his message was a powerful idea. Learning could be joyful, creative, and limitless if we understand how our minds truly worked. Throughout his life, Tony wrote more than 80 books. His writings covered topics such as speed reading, memory enhancement, creative thinking, and how to unlock human potential. His mission was simple yet profound. He wanted to give ordinary people the tools to think more effectively, to achieve more, and to live more fulfilling lives. Tony believed that intelligence was not a fixed quantity. He rejected the outdated idea that some people were born smart and others were not. Instead, he argued with the right techniques, anyone could become more intelligent, more creative, and more capable. In addition to writing and lecturing, Tony launched several global initiatives. He founded the World Memory Championships, an international event where competitors demonstrate extraordinary feats of memory. Throughout this event, he showed the world that the boundaries of human memory are far greater than most people believe. Tony also worked with schools, universities, and businesses to promote what he called mental literacy. He taught that just as reading and writing are essential skills, so too are creativity, memory, and critical thinking. Despite his fame, Tony remained humble throughout his life. He cared deeply about education and was genuinely passionate about helping others realize their own abilities. He often compared the brain to a muscle. Just as physical muscles grow stronger with regular exercise, he believed that the brain grows more powerful with regular use of effective learning techniques. Because of this belief, Tony inspired millions of people to adopt what is now known as a growth mindset. This is the idea that talents and intelligence are not fixed, but can be developed through effort, good strategies, and support from others. Tony Buzan passed away in 2019. However, his influence remains strong across the world. Today, millions of people use mind maps to organize their thoughts, improve their memory, prepare for exams, and plan their professional projects. Tony's legacy is a powerful reminder. The human mind is an extraordinary tool, and with the right methods, we can all achieve far more than we ever imagined. So once again, Tony Buzan's life is truly inspiring to me, and he really helped me to improve my memory, and I just found it fascinating learning how to learn. And yeah, I think it's really interesting. And if you ever get the chance, watch some YouTube videos about Tony Buzan and read some of his books. I think they will be really, really beneficial for you. So we're going to try a quick comprehension quiz. And if you want to, you can go back and listen to the video again to refresh your memory, and then come back and try these questions. So where was Tony Buzan born? He was born in London, England. What technique did he invent? He invented the mind map. Well done. What subjects did Tony study? He studied psychology, English, mathematics, and the sciences. So quite a wide range of subjects. What event did he launch? he launched the World Memory Championships. What mindset did he promote? He promoted a growth mindset. What does his work teach us about the brain? That it can become stronger and more capable with the right techniques. So there you have it, the amazing life of Tony Buzan. One thing that I really liked reading from his books was about having role models. And even if you don't have people in your life that you can model, look at celebrities, famous people, and this helps you because when you have a role model, you have a roadmap, you can model some of the characteristics, and it's really beneficial because it gives you that extra motivation. So if you enjoyed this lesson, please write yes in the comments below. It really helps me out and it helps me to know that you are enjoying these videos. So have you heard of Tony Buzan? Have you ever tried to use a mind map? I use them all the time and they make an enormous difference in my life. So thank you so much. Now watch this video next. It's about the amazing life of Sir David Attenborough. Hello, my name is Harry and welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. In this video, I'm going to talk about food that people eat in the UK. So there's quite a wide selection of food in the UK, and we can start with going through breakfast, lunch, dinner, and I will also talk about the things that I like to eat. So for breakfast, we have the usual cereal. We also have beans on toast. Now, this is a tradition. So you have toast and you can put beans on top, hence the beans on toast. And if you want to be fancy, you can grate some cheese and put that on top. So it's quite nice and it's very filling. So when I say something is filling, it keeps you satisfied for longer. And with the beans, you can heat the beans up in a saucepan. I personally like to add spices to my beans. So I would add some salt, some pepper, maybe some curry powder, and mix it all up. Sometimes I may add some onions and some chilies. And with the chilies, it's a personal preference. I love chilies. For a long time, when my daughter was born, I didn't used to make spicy food because she couldn't tolerate or handle spicy food. But now that she's a bit older, I like to add spices and chilies. And with the chilies, you can cut them long ways, so they are quite long, and you can take out the seeds to make it less spicy. I like to chop the chili into small pieces and to keep the seeds. So when you are taking a spoon or biting into the beans on toast, you're not quite sure when you're going to get that spicy flavor. So I really like spicy food. And I think it's a really nice and quick and easy breakfast to make. It's very convenient and it's very nice. Now I'm going to have a look and see what ChatGPT says for breakfast. We also have the full English breakfast, and I love to eat a full English breakfast. It feels like a treat. So when I say a treat, it's something which is very special. So I wouldn't eat a full English breakfast every single day. This is because it can contain a lot of fat and cholesterol, but it's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. And so a full English breakfast has eggs, bacon, sausages, baked beans, mushrooms, grilled tomatoes, and toast. And it's very delicious. And you can have something else with it. So I'm just going to check full English breakfast. So you can have, yes, black pudding. So a black pudding is a type of blood sausage made from pig's blood, fat, and oats or barley. And it looks quite dark, almost black, and it's sliced into round circles. And before I knew what it was made of, I would like to eat it. But now that I know what it is made of, I prefer to not have it as part of the full English breakfast. But the full English breakfast, I think it is synonymous, it is connected to British culture. If you go into many cafes, or even if you are traveling abroad to another country, sometimes they have a full English breakfast on the menu, and it is quite nice when you see this, because when you go to a different country, sometimes you want to feel reminded of your home country, and eating some of the similar foods can make you feel more relaxed, and it can be a stepping stone into trying different foods from that area. So I highly recommend a full English breakfast. It's quite nice to make it when you are on holiday. Even if you are at home, it feels like a special occasion when you assemble all of the pieces of the full English breakfast and you see it on the plate. It looks like a lot of food, and it's very filling. It will keep you full for many hours. So we also have porridge or cereal, as I mentioned before. Porridge refers to oats with milk or water. I do like to eat oats. Sometimes I would make overnight oats, and this is where I would put milk into the oats and then just leave it in the fridge, and the oats soak up the milk and it tastes delicious. I like to add honey and blueberries to my porridge, and it's delicious. I also like to eat eggs. Now, there are many different ways you can cook eggs. You can have them hard boiled, you can have them sunny side up, you can have them scrambled or as an omelette. I like to have them scrambled because I like to add a few different things into my eggs. I like to add spinach and peppers, like different green or yellow or red peppers. I like to add garlic, and if I try to make this as an omelette, when it comes to turning the omelette over, it just breaks apart. So it just turns into scrambled eggs anyway. And this is quite filling. So I like to have 3 or 4 eggs and sometimes porridge as well. Now for lunch and dinner, we have fish and chips. So this is fried battered fish with chunky chips, and it's often served with mushy peas. I absolutely love fish and chips. And even for my mum, her favorite food was fish and chips. So a lot of people that emigrated into the UK. My mum's family went from India to Kenya and then Kenya to London. And a lot of people that came into the UK actually really love fish and chips. I wouldn't say it's my favorite food, but I do really enjoy it. And I think a lot of older people enjoy it because it's more bland than normal curry, for example. When I say bland, I mean it has less spices. So yes, you can add flavor through salt and pepper and maybe squeezing some lemon over the fish. But in comparison to curry spices, it is more bland. But it is very delicious, and some argue that it could even be the national dish of the UK. Another dish that could be considered the national dish is chicken tikka masala, and this is also very delicious. So we have fish and chips, we have a Sunday roast. I also think this is iconic, especially to the UK. And here we have roast meat, so beef, chicken, lamb, or pork, roast potatoes, vegetables, Yorkshire pudding, and gravy. My favorite has to be the Yorkshire pudding, the roast potatoes. They are absolutely amazing, especially with gravy on top. And again, this is like a treat, and it's a nice way to share a meal with other people. So especially on a Sunday when people are more relaxed, they don't have work, and so you can really enjoy your food. You can take time to sit at the table with others, because in today's society, everything is about productivity and working hard. And so many people are eating on the go. It can also be nice to eat while you are watching TV or Netflix. I remember growing up as a child, we would always eat dinner at 6 o'clock in the evening. And it would be my job to set the plates and to help to cut the salad. And it was really nice to sit down and have half an hour with everyone and catch up about your day. Because I think preparing food and sharing food with people that you love is such an enjoyable thing to do. And I think eating food alone, sometimes you have no choice, but to share food with others, I think it's a really enjoyable experience. We also have shepherd's pie. I love shepherd's pie. And this is minced lamb or beef, and it's topped with mashed potato. I love mashed potato. So minced pie is delicious. I could eat it every day, I think with some spicy sauce on top, and that's very delicious. There's also bangers and mash. So this is sausages with mashed potatoes, often served with onion and gravy. So bangers refers to the sausages, and mash is the mashed potato. This is also very delicious. You can have a variation of this, which is toad in the hole, and this is where sausages are baked in a batter, a Yorkshire pudding batter, and so it's like one massive Yorkshire pudding with sausages in the middle, or scattered around, and you pour some gravy on top, and it's delicious. So those are some common meals to eat for lunch and dinner. Then some very common snacks and street food. We have Scotch egg, which is a boiled egg wrapped in sausage meat, bread crumbed and fried. It's actually quite filling. I don't particularly like it if I had a choice, but like I said, it's very filling. a Cornish pasty. This is a pastry filled with meat, potatoes, and vegetables. A sausage roll. This is sausage meat wrapped in puff pastry. At one point, I would love to eat pies. Now I've curbed that, which means I don't eat as many pies as I used to. But pies are delicious. If you're going to watch a football match, or if you need something to eat very quickly, having a pie is very convenient. This is because you can hold it in your hand as you are walking or doing something else. So pies, pastries are very convenient to eat. Desserts. Now for desserts, we have sticky toffee pudding. This is a sponge cake with dates covered in toffee sauce. Not too partial to that. We have spotted dick. This is a steamed pudding with dried fruit served with custard. Again, not too partial to that. A Victoria sponge, a light cake with jam and cream. And I quite like a Victoria sponge cake because it's not too sweet and I can adapt it to how I feel. So I can add custard on top if I wanted something even sweeter. And for me personally, I like things that I can customize. So with ice cream, I like to have vanilla ice cream and then adapt it to my mood. So I could add chocolate chips or I could add chocolate sauce to it. Although I do love chocolate ice cream, having vanilla ice cream gives me that flexibility and that option to adapt it to how I feel. Okay, trifle. So a trifle, this is layers of sponge cake, jelly, custard, and cream. As you can guess, yes, I do love trifle because it has sponge cake and custard, and having the jelly and the cream, it gives it some different flavors, some different textures. So a trifle is a nice way to finish a meal. It's not too heavy and it tastes delicious. Drinks. So we have coffee, but also tea. So tea is the UK's most iconic drink. There are many different ways to have tea. There are different types of tea. With tea, I'm not too fussed. The main thing is I like to have honey instead of sugar because I'm cutting back on sugar. Then we have beer, ale, cider, and this is very popular in pubs. I don't actually drink that much alcohol anymore. In my 20s, I did used to drink alcohol, not excessively, but when you go out clubbing or meeting friends, or even part of the work culture. But today, I drink less alcohol, maybe once in a month or once every couple of months if it's a special occasion. And this is because I do not like the feeling of a hangover the next day. I think I'm too old for that. I've done that in the past, and no thank you. So those are some traditional foods that are eaten in the UK. I would say specifically England, and in another video I will have a look at some other foods that are eaten around the rest of the UK. For example, in Scotland you have haggis. Now for myself, I can run you through what I would typically eat in a day. So for breakfast, I like to eat eggs. So this would be 3 eggs scrambled with spinach, chopped up peppers, maybe some onions. And sometimes I would have a small bowl of porridge after this. For lunch, I would have some chicken breast that has been chopped up and flavored, maybe with some curry spices or barbecue spices, with some rice and some broccoli. For dinner, it would be some sort of curry, so like a vegetable curry or some pasta. And in between the day, I would have maybe a protein shake or some fruit. So something like mangoes, pineapples, oranges, apples. And as a snack, I would have some Greek yogurt with some honey and blueberries. And I opt for Greek yogurt because it is high in protein. So for myself, I'm trying to eat a diet that is high in protein because I'm trying to build some more muscle and get fit in my 40s before I get too old. So that's my typical day of food. And it does vary from time to time. I do like to have some cheat meals. And when it comes to cheat meals, there is a plethora of food to choose from. There's pizza, fried chicken, burgers and fries, and desserts like donuts or chocolate cakes. So I'm going to stop talking about that before I get too hungry. So what foods are considered your national food from the country that you are from? And also tell me what foods you like to eat for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. It will be interesting to hear from you. So please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, how are you today? My name is Harry and welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. I am a native English speaker. I was born in London in the UK, and I'm also a professional English teacher. I've helped thousands of students from all around the world to improve their level of English. Now, when I am teaching a student one-on-one, I notice that a very common topic is to talk about your daily life. And sometimes this can stump a lot of people. When I say stump, I mean it can confuse a lot of people. They don't know where to start because it's such a big topic. So today we're going to talk about some interesting ways you can describe your day. Now, because there are so many different types of people all around the world, you all have different jobs, you may be studying different things, or maybe you're not working at all. But today we can talk about how to describe your day in general. So the first thing you do in the morning is you wake up. Of course, you wake up in the morning. Now, it's also interesting to think about and practice the past tense. So, for example, a very common question is to ask someone, how's it going? Now, it is quite open-ended. You can adapt this to your own unique style. You could say, how's your morning going? How's your evening going? Or if you're just talking in general, you could say it. So this allows the other person a bit more flexibility, freedom in choosing what they want to talk about. So you could say, I woke up at 5 o'clock, and you can say, is this a usual time for you to wake up? So I usually wake up at 7 o'clock, but I woke up unusually early at 5 o'clock today. And this leads to a bit of mystery, like, why did you wake up so early? Then you have your usual routine. So you wake up, you take a shower, you eat breakfast, you brush your teeth, you get ready for the day ahead. When we think about morning time routines, do you have a morning routine? Let me know in the comments. My routine is to wake up early. I generally like to wake up early before everyone else because it's quite quiet and peaceful. It gives me time to think and get some work done before the hustle and bustle of the day starts. So it's quite a nice, relaxing time. And when we think about getting to work, how do you get to work? Do you drive? Do you take public transport? Do you walk to work or cycle to work? This can vary for a lot of people. And depending on how far your work is from where you live, maybe you work from home, maybe you work remotely. In that case, then your office is not too far from where you wake up. Some interesting phrases you can add to your morning routine is to stick the kettle on. This means to put the kettle on. So when you are making your tea or your coffee, you can say, I am going to stick the kettle on, or I am going to put the kettle on. And we can also say grab. So if you are in a hurry, you could say, I'm just going to grab some breakfast and eat it on the go. So because things in life are very busy, sometimes you don't have time to sit down and eat a proper breakfast. In this case, you just have to grab something and go. Crack on. So this means to start or to continue to work. For example, I better crack on and get ready for work. So if you are eating breakfast and you are taking a bit of time and you notice the time and you're thinking, right, oh no, I need to get ready for work. So you can say, I need to crack on and get ready for work. When you get to work, you may be faced with a lot of traffic along the way, and it may be chock-a-block. So when the traffic is chock-a-block, this means that there is a lot of traffic and it took a long time to actually get to work. It would be interesting to know what you actually do for work. Do you go into an office or a certain building? This would help me to create more lessons, more specific for your particular day. But in general, most of us have a lunch break, and during your lunch break, you can pop out. So you can pop out of the office, pop out of your lecture, pop out of your office, pop out of the university. And to pop out means to go out. And it generally means that you're not going to be too long. So for example, I'm going to pop out for a bit to get some lunch. So after you've grabbed some lunch and you've headed back to your place of work, you carry out your normal duties, and when you've finished, then you have to make your way back home. And this can also be referred to as the commute. So someone could ask you, how was your commute home, or how was your commute into work? So your commute could be stressful, it could be okay, it could be relaxing, and generally if you're finishing at the traditional time of 5 or 6 o'clock, you can be going home in rush hour. Rush hour is when it is the peak time for people to be going home. In the UK, if you are traveling by tube, which is the London Underground, the rush hour can be incredibly stressful. You have hordes of people. Hordes means a lot. So you have so many people trying to pack their way onto the tube. Now, thankfully, the tube runs quite regularly, but they are always jam-packed. They're full of people at rush hour. You will often see people trying to push each other to get onto the train because they are desperate to get home and relax after the long day of work. Some people opt to negotiate with their employer to try to finish earlier in the day to avoid rush hour. You could also try to leave later. So you could wait for the rush hour to finish and then leave after that. Sometimes this is not always possible, especially if you have a family and you have personal commitments. So this is not always possible. You just have to keep calm and carry on, but it's not always easy. When you get back home, what do you do? Well, it's nice to relax and unwind. You may have to prepare dinner. Some people may prepare dinner in advance. In this case, they would make their meals in bulk. You could keep it in the fridge. You could pop it into the freezer. So this way you can just take it out and defrost it or heat it up. A lot of people may watch TV to relax. You could go to the gym, do some kind of sports or activity, or go out for a walk. And this word pop is very common. So as a phrasal verb, you can pop the telly on. And telly is an informal word for TV. So you can just pop the telly on and sit on the couch and just relax. I quite like to be active, especially after a long day. I like to go out for a walk. When the weather is nice, this is a very nice way to relax. So I like to have a quick shower, pop on my trainers. So trainers is a UK word for sneakers, which is used in American English. And go out for a nice walk, get some fresh air. I think it's a nice way to unwind for the day. And come back and have a nice cup of tea. Tea is very common in the UK. I try to abstain from biscuits. So abstain, I try to stay away from biscuits. There are many other activities that you can do in the evening, such as reading, watching YouTube, watching some of my videos. Maybe you play a musical instrument or spending time with family. And the main thing is that you are unwinding at this particular point in time, getting ready for bed. Maybe you have a bedtime routine. Do you have a bedtime routine? I think as we get older, we have less of a routine, but we have a rough idea of when we need to go to sleep in order to wake up feeling refreshed for the day ahead. I know that if I haven't had a good night's sleep, I feel groggy in the morning. So when you feel groggy, you don't feel alert in the morning, and it can take a strong cup of coffee to make me feel more awake in the morning. So you can do things like having a bath to make you feel relaxed, watching TV. I find if I'm using a screen too close to going to sleep, I don't have a good night's rest. Similarly, if I go to the gym too close to going to sleep, it keeps me awake. So I prefer to go to the gym in the morning when it is quiet and it's almost like you have the whole gym to yourself, and it's quite nice because doing something difficult first thing in the morning really sets you up for success for the whole day, because there are certain things that you cannot control in life. I think having a good positive mindset is very important, and you can do this through journaling. So before you are sleeping, having a journal recapping your day in English is a fantastic way to think about your day and to improve your English. When it comes to the weekend, is that any different to your normal work day? For a lot of people, it is. So on the weekend, people tend to have a lie-in. When you have a lie-in, this means to sleep in later than usual. So maybe you wake up at 6 o'clock on a weekday, but on the weekend, you like to have a bit of a lie-in and wake up at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. So you can have some extra hours of sleep. Maybe you need to catch up with some work, or you can have a leisurely day. And the weekends are nice because it's your own free time and it gives you an opportunity to do what you want. Maybe you have a family and you have family commitments. Maybe you need to see family. Maybe it's a wedding or a birthday, or maybe you're simply going out as a family to the park. So the weekend routine can differ in some ways. In other ways, it would be very similar. So here again, it's very nice to ask yourself before you go to sleep every day, what did I do today? So I woke up at 6 o'clock. I was feeling a bit tired, so I decided to make myself a cup of coffee. I popped the kettle on while I went to brush my teeth. After I brushed my teeth, I got my work clothes ready, or my outfit ready for today. Then I made myself a cup of coffee. I made myself some scrambled eggs with spinach and peppers. And I ate my breakfast while checking my work emails. I then took a shower and got ready for work. Before leaving for work, I made sure that the windows were closed and that the oven was off, and I felt all set and ready for work. I had to walk for 10 minutes to the tube station, which was jam-packed full of people, but I managed to get a seat on the train. My journey took about an hour, which is standard, which is usual. Getting to work is quite easy because it took about 10 minutes and it's a straight road. For my lunch, I like to pop out of the office and grab a sandwich and a snack. When my day was finished at 5 o'clock, I was completely exhausted but looking forward to going home. But the tube was packed again, and when I got home, I felt in the mood to go out for a walk. So I popped my trainers on, got dressed, went out for a nice walk in the park. When I came home, I took a shower and made some dinner. I made a nice salad with cucumbers, tomatoes, and some beetroot, and made a nice pasta dish. I enjoyed my meal. It was fantastic. It tasted really delicious. After dinner, I watched some telly. I popped on Netflix and watched a nice TV show. After watching my TV show, I did some work. I had to catch up with some work. Then I did some reading and decided it was time to head to bed. So here you can play with your daily routine. And it's quite a fun exercise because you can create different scenarios and you can create different jobs. So, for example, an accountant, even if you're not an accountant, it can force you to research vocabulary words associated with that profession. And it comes in handy because the more words that you know, the more you are able to express yourself. So you can go through the different professions, and it's a lot of fun because here you can imagine what the day would look like, how your day would be. And this is a really nice way to improve your English. Also on the weekends, it's a time to catch up on your chores. So you may have to do your laundry and hang your laundry out to dry or put it into the tumble dryer. You may have to clean your house. You may have to dust the windows, wipe the windows, wash the dishes, mop the floor. And so going into as much detail as possible is a really nice exercise. Some other nice verbs we can use. A really nice one is potter around. So to potter around, this means to move around doing small tasks. So for example, I spent the morning pottering around the house. And it's such a nice word to use. So you spent the morning going around the house doing small tasks. So it isn't something defined, such as washing the dishes. So you spent the morning going around the house doing certain tasks. And you may have had to wash the dishes, do the laundry, mop the floor. But rather than explaining each of these individually, you can group them together and say, I spent the morning pottering around. You can also say mull over. So to mull over means to think deeply about something. For example, I mulled over my to-do list while sipping some tea. So here you are thinking about your day. So I mulled over what I should do today. And you can use this verb in different tenses. For example, I'm mulling over whether I should go on holiday abroad or go on holiday within the country. So mulling over is to think about something. You can use dash off. So dash off, this means to leave or do something quickly. In terms of your daily routine, you can say, I wanted to eat breakfast, but I had to dash off before I missed the train, which is very common. Flick through, as a phrasal verb, this means to browse quickly. So, and this is very easy to do on Netflix. So, I was watching TV, yes, but to add more description, you can say, I was flicking through the channels, or I flicked through the different channels on Netflix. And sometimes it can be hard to find something that you want to watch on Netflix. They can draw you in with the intro of the show, and it can seem quite interesting, but once you start to watch it, you realize you don't really fancy watching this. So you can end up spending 10 minutes flicking through the different categories to find something to watch. Zone out. This means to mentally switch off. So when you are watching TV, this is what happens to a lot of people. You zone out. So mentally you switch off thinking about what you have to do for work. You forget about the stress of the day, about the projects and the tasks that you have to do. And this is why it's quite nice to zone out. Graze. Graze means to eat small amounts frequently. Some people like to graze throughout the day. So if someone asked you, did you eat breakfast today? Now, maybe you don't usually eat breakfast. So yes, you can say, no, I didn't eat breakfast. I don't usually eat breakfast. Now you can extend your answer a bit more with the use of this word. You can say, I tend to graze throughout the day, so I don't eat breakfast. And this is nice because a person may be thinking, okay, why don't you eat breakfast? And using this word graze is a really nice verb to express how you eat small amounts during the day. And it's much like an animal would graze. So a cow would graze on grass throughout the day. Clock off as a phrasal verb. This means to finish work. So for example, I clock off at 5 on the dot. So when you clock off, you finish work, and on the dot means precisely. So precisely at 5 o'clock, not 1 minute or 5 minutes more, then you are out and you dash out of the office. So 5 o'clock is a clock off time, and on the dot, I finish. Drift off as a phrasal verb. This means to gradually fall asleep. So I drifted off while reading. And this can happen to a lot of people when they go to sleep. I like to read before I sleep because it makes me feel relaxed and tired, and I can drift off to sleep. Sort out. This is a very nice phrasal verb. This means to organize or fix. For example, I've got a few emails to sort out. So if someone asks about your day or you're describing your day and you can't really think of anything particular at that moment in time, you can say, I had a busy morning because I had a lot of things to sort out. And this also gives you time to think. It buys you time. So you can't buy time, but in this sense, it gives you time to think. And a lot of natural English speakers talk in this way because you don't want to leave a lot of empty space before you give an answer, but you haven't thought of an answer yet. So by saying I had a lot of things to sort out, you're giving the impression that you had a busy morning. Then you can start to structure your answer. So I had a lot of things to sort out. I had to do some errands. I had to go to the post office. I had to go to the supermarket and then clean the house. So saying I had a lot of things to sort out naturally leads into extending your answer. So there you have some very useful verbs and phrasal verbs to describe your day. So in the comments below, let me know, what do you do for work? And this way I can start to create some interesting scenarios for you. If you like this video, please click the like button. Also comment below. It's really nice to hear from you and it helps me out. And if you are new here, click on the subscribe button. Thank you so much to everyone for watching. I really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next video. Thank you and bye-bye. Thank you to everyone that has commented and liked and subscribed to my channel. I really appreciate it, and I wanted to give a shout out to people that have commented on my video in the last month. You will see the names popping up below. So once again, Thank you so much for your support. And if you like these videos, remember to give them a like. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome back to Learn English with British. Harry, I hope you're well. My name is Harry and I'm a British English teacher. So today I wanted to talk about how to learn English. Are you frustrated with learning English? Also, it'd be good to know, what level of English are you at in your English journey? Are you at a beginner, intermediate, or advanced level? So if we think about learning English, there are many different ways to learn English. So let's have a look at this. I'm just going to make some space here. I'll move myself over here. So this is quite a big question, how to learn English. Now, if we think about learning English, there are many things to learn. So we have things like your grammar, you have vocabulary, and also making associations. And this is also part of building fluency. So yes, you need grammar, yes, you need vocabulary, but you also need to think about making associations. So this lesson is more aimed towards students who have a good understanding of grammar and have a decent level of vocabulary. So if we think about a question, so I could ask you a question. So for example, I could say, is AI a good or bad thing? Now, this is such a big question. This is an open-ended question. And it can be very tempting to jump straight into the question. And I had this with a student in a lesson recently. And she started giving the answer, but she soon ran out of steam and wasn't sure how to end her answer or to give more information. So we looked at having a strategy. Now, there are many different strategies you can use. One is to approach this with the pros and the cons. So a very nice phrase, a linking phrase you can use is on one hand. So on one hand, something, but on the other hand, something. And this really helped my student to give a clear answer and to build confidence. So for example, on one hand, AI could be bad because, and then you can give your answers, but on the other hand, it could be good because. And we can add other linking structures into this. So we can give a list. So for example, on one hand, AI could be good because firstly, it can be used to help us in our lives. Secondly, it can help us to learn things quicker. But on the other hand, it could be bad because it can lead to us being lazy. Secondly, it could be bad because it has more power than humans. So this is just an example. So this can help with thinking on the fly. And it's really good practice to think about this structure. So on one hand, and also notice how I use the modal verb could. So on one hand, it could be good, or on one hand, it could be bad. So here we're making assumptions. And I found from my students, when they have to give a concrete answer, it can be more difficult. So learning this skill of making assumptions using modal verbs, it allows you to explore your answer, and it becomes a lot more fun. So you're playing with the idea. It could be bad because of this. So you don't have to know 100%. You don't have to have researched and read a lot of things to give certain answers. And it takes the pressure off you by giving answers in this way. So you can almost think about it when you have a question, like an open-ended question like this, to go in certain directions. So on one hand, you can talk about the pros. On the other hand, you can talk about the cons, and then you can bring it together. So it's almost like a circle. And when you bring it back together at the end, you can give your personal thoughts. So you could say, overall, I think, or you could say, I personally think. And this is a nice way to finish off the answer. So that's one aspect of improving your English. Now, there are other ways to improve your English. So, for example, listening to podcasts. And it's a bit awkward because I have the microphone here and I have the keyboard on my lap, so bear with me. So you have podcasts, you have YouTube videos, you have movies, you have TV shows. And start off simple and use subtitles. Another good way to improve your English is to start to think of scenarios. So you can act these out aloud or in your head. So think about going to work, going to school, going to the supermarket, going to the doctors or the dentist, and imagine that conversation. So you can actually see it in your head like a movie. So you're greeting the person, for example, in the supermarket. You can ask someone, where is the bread located? Or how do I get to the cereal? So this can help because you can also start to imagine the other person's responses. And this is a fantastic way to practice English on your own. It's another helpful idea to record yourself. And you can ask yourself questions. And you can ask yourself, for example, how was your day today? What did you do today? Or, how's your day going? Now, this is a very common question. How's your day going? Or how's your morning going? And you can respond with, it's going well. Or it's not going well, thanks. And then you can extend your answer for as long as you can. And then you can jump into your day. And I found with some of my students, when they're thinking about verbs in the past tense, when you have time to concentrate, it's easy to choose the correct tense. But when you are speaking in a fast conversation, it can become more challenging. So for example, if I ask you, what time did you wake up today? It can feel quite natural to say, I wake up at 6 o'clock and I eat breakfast. But here in fast speech, you have to change the verbs and you have to understand if it's an irregular verb, so wake to woke, or a regular verb, which is much easier and you can just add ed on the end. But this takes practice. It takes real practice. So consuming content is very good, but it's also a good idea to speak out aloud. Now, with a lot of my videos, you can pause them, you can re-watch them, and say the sentences out aloud. I really like having the idea of an English book. So every time you watch one of my videos, try to think of the words. Now, sometimes it's impossible to carry the book all the time with you, but take a note, maybe on your phone or in the Notes app. So this is a really good way to start to interact with English. The more that you can consume English and be surrounded by English, it forces you to start to think in English. So, for example, on your phone, you can change the language. So change the language on your phone, on all of your devices, on your laptop, and this forces you to think in English. And it can be quite jarring at first. It can be quite a shock to the system, but it's so useful. And if we think about learning English, it's really important to check in on yourself from time to time and think about your motivation. So why am I learning? So why am I learning English? Are you learning English for school, for university, for your job, to travel? Because English is such an important language to master. Now, I think it's fun when you can learn about the culture. And from my perspective, I am British. I was born in London, England, and I have a lot of knowledge about the UK culture. And I think it's very helpful to learn about the culture as well. So not just learning the vocabulary in isolation. This helps you to understand why people say things in the way that they do. So this is very important. And in my lessons, I try to incorporate aspects of English culture and British culture. So understand your why. This can be very powerful in motivating you to improve your English. And think about, how do you consume English? So watching my videos, reading news articles, writing and reading, I think is very powerful. Reading especially is really important because it can start to improve your vocabulary as you see words in context. So if you learn the word, it's important to put this into your active memory. Try to make a sentence. If you learn an idiom, try to put that into an actual sentence and start to think about it over the course of your day. So when it comes to thinking in English, when you go to sleep, recap your day. So think about your day. Ask yourself that question. So you're lying in bed, you're ready to nod off, you're exhausted, but take a few seconds to ask yourself, what did I do today? And try to go into as much detail as possible. And normally before you finish, you would have fallen asleep. But this is really good practice to think about your day, and you can start to have a conversation. Then when you wake up in the morning, plan your day. Think about, what are you going to do today? And this is such an amazing exercise because you can take it up in levels, and you can start from a beginner level. So for example, I will go to work, I will go to the shops. Then you can make it more advanced. I may go to the shops today if I have enough time, but I have to go to the gym, so I may order online. So this can become a really interesting way to start to have a conversation with yourself. So we can think about having categories, which can be very helpful. So we have our scenarios, we have our different categories. For example, with business English, we can have categories for meetings, presentations, emails, making small talk. We can also do this in our everyday lives. Think about your hobbies and interests. And it actually would be quite interesting to know about your hobbies and interests. Because when I'm teaching my students, I like to know about their hobbies and interests so I can tailor the lessons for them and they find it really interesting. So let me know in the comments below, what are your hobbies and what are your interests? For example, I love football. I love supporting Arsenal football team. I also like to watch martial arts. I used to practice martial arts and I'm thinking about getting back into it. But at the moment, I'm focusing on going to the gym and I'm really enjoying the gym. I don't particularly like going to the gym because I can procrastinate, but I like the feeling when I finish the workout. It feels amazing because I can track my progress. I like reading books and I like spending time with my family and going for walks. So in the comments below, let me know your hobbies and your interests. And you can be a bit more specific. And if you like watching movies, let me know about your favorite film in the comments. So for example, I could say, I love watching movies. In particular, I love the movie The Matrix. So here it's really nice because we can go more detailed into the answer that we give. So these are just some small ways to start to improve your English very quickly. Now, I've created a free ebook for you, and this contains 5 brilliant tips to help you to start to improve your English straight away. You will find the link to download the ebook in my description below. To keep improving your English, watch this video next. Hello, how are you today? I hope you're well. My name is Harry and this is Learn English with British Harry. So talking about daily activities and what you do in the day. It's quite an interesting topic and there are different ways you can talk about this. Now, we can start from the very beginning, from when you wake up. Do you wake up feeling refreshed? Do you wake up feeling tired? Do you wake up feeling groggy? Groggy is an informal word to express that you are still feeling tired. Lately, my sleep hasn't been the best and I've been waking up too early and not able to get back to sleep. And so I feel a bit groggy in the morning and I need to have a strong cup of coffee to wake me up. So I need to have a strong cup of coffee to wake up. And you can have something called insomnia, which is what I don't have. So insomnia is when you struggle to go to sleep at night. And this could be for a number of factors. It could be due to having coffee too close to when you go to sleep. You could be eating food too late, so you are working your digestive system and it's keeping your body awake. And it could be due to stress. So if you have trouble falling off to sleep, you could be worried about something. Waking up too early can be detrimental. It can affect your life if you are feeling tired. So if it's something which is chronic, then this means that it's going on for a long time. Thankfully, it hasn't been a long time, a few days, and I find that exercise really helps. So doing some exercise, especially earlier on in the day, really sorts out my routine and I'm able to sleep. And things like your mattress or your pillow can affect the quality of your sleep. You can have different types of mattresses. You could have a spring-loaded or a foam mattress. And also for your pillow, I think having a really good pillow makes a big difference. I use a memory foam pillow and it gives a lot of support for my neck. And usually I wake up feeling refreshed. So when you're refreshed, you're ready for the day ahead. Now, on the weekend, when people usually don't work, now this doesn't apply to everyone. You may have to work on the weekend. So you can apply this to a day that you have off. So when you have a day off, this means that you are not working. So you can have a lie-in on the weekend, which means you can wake up later than usual. So once you wake up, you get out of bed and you pop to the loo. And this word pop is a very useful word, especially in British English where it's used all the time. So you can pop in to something or somewhere. You can pop out of somewhere. And it's really useful because it indicates a short period of time. If you are talking to your friend, you can say to them, okay, I can pop around later. So you can come by quickly later to see them. So you can pop out, you can pop in. And once you've popped to the loo, so the loo is an informal word for the toilet or the bathroom. And then after this, what do you like to do? Well, you have a few options. You can have your cup of coffee, you can have your breakfast, or you can do other things such as meditating or writing in your journal or stretching. I think doing some kind of form of stretching can be really useful in the morning to get the blood flowing and get you feeling ready for the day ahead. Then, when it comes to breakfast and you're going into your kitchen, what do you eat for breakfast? Is it eggs? Is it toast? Is it just a cup of tea or coffee? And here you can pop some bread into the toaster. So again, this word pop is very useful. And what do you put on your bread? What do you like to spread on your toast? Is it jam? Is it butter? Is it marmalade? So you have a few options there. When it comes to cereal, what do you pour on your cereal? Is it cow's milk, almond milk, oat milk? You have so many types of milk that you can use. You have quite a wide selection there. And then after breakfast, you may potter around. So if you're pottering around, you are doing small things. It's nothing specific. And when it comes to specific things, a lot of people in the UK use the weekend as an opportunity to do some DIY. DIY stands for do it yourself. So maybe you have some repairs around the house to do. And I had a very nice comment from Giovanni where he talked about his day and what he would be interested in. So he talked about making a video about house maintenance. And I thought that was quite a good idea because when it comes to the house, there are a few things that you have to do. And during the week, you are very busy and you don't have the time to do these things. So when it gets to the weekend, you have more time to concentrate. So you have your usual errands and housework that you have to do. But when it comes to house maintenance, what do you have to do? Well, something which is very common is a leaky tap. A leaky tap. This is when you have a drip coming from a tap. It may be in your bathroom, it may be in the kitchen. And not only does this waste water and increase your water bill, it can be very, very annoying. It can be very annoying to hear that constant drip from the tap. So how do you fix this? Well, you have to get a spanner. You may have to tighten the tap to stop the tap from leaking. You can also have a blocked sink. And this is where the water doesn't flow down the sink. And this can be very frustrating if you have to wash the dishes. So how do you get rid of this? Well, there are some homemade remedies that you can make. I like to just buy a product. So in the UK, you have Mr. Muscle, which is a very common brand, and they sell products that you can use to unblock the drain so the water can flow down the sink. And other things around the house, I think one of the main ones is to bleed a radiator. So in the UK, many houses have radiators fixed to the walls, and you may have to bleed the radiator if it's not working properly. How do you know if it's not working properly? Well, it will feel cold, or there will be cold patches. So if it has cold patches, it may be hot at the bottom, but cold at the top. So inside the radiator, there's water. And this means that there's more air than water inside the radiator. So you have to let some air out. And you have to be very careful. And you have to be very careful when you do this. So you need to make sure you have a cloth so you don't burn yourself. Maybe put a container underneath the radiator, and you have a radiator key, and you can gently loosen the bolt to let the air out. And you have to stand far back from it, so because the steam rather may be hot and you don't want to burn yourself. So this is something to do to ensure that your house is being heated properly. A lot of the houses in the UK are poorly insulated. This is because the houses are very old. And you may have issues with cold air coming into the house. So you may need to get an expert to inspect the house to see where a draft is coming from. So a draft is when cold air would come into the house. It may be coming through the floorboards. It may be coming through gaps in the windows. So you may need to get some sealant to seal the gap between the window and the window frame. A lot of the windows are double glazed. This means that there are 2 layers of glass to ensure that the heat inside the house is trapped inside and it's not escaping from the house. And it's really important to have a well-insulated house, because if air is escaping, this means that you have to spend a lot of money on heating. Many people may use portable heaters in this case, because when you heat the house, there's no way to isolate a certain room. So when you turn on the heating, it will heat the entire house. So if you just want to have heating for one particular room, it may be more efficient to have a heater next to you or to use an electric heated blanket. Other things around the house, maybe changing light bulbs. When you're changing light bulbs, it's very important to check the end of the light bulb. You have many different types of strengths and brightness levels of light bulbs. So you have to check what is best in your situation. And for accessing the light bulb and reaching the light bulb, you will need some kind of step ladder. I don't suggest standing on a chair because it could be unstable. In the UK, a lot of bathrooms have the switch inside the bathroom, which is, for some people, can be quite strange. And there would be a string cord. And you have a string cord because electricity and water don't go together. So you have a string cord that you would pull to turn the light on, and you would pull it again to turn the light off. Sometimes this can stop working, and it could be an issue with the fuse box. The fuse may have tripped. This means that it has gone to an off position for safety. So you'll have to locate the fuse box, and it could be where the boiler is or under the staircase, and you will have to push the lever back up. If this keeps happening, you will have to call in an expert. And many houses, they have a boiler. So a boiler is where the hot water is stored, and you can have different types of boilers. The boiler, I think, is really important for a household, especially when it's very cold and when you want hot water. So many old boilers, they would have a dial system which would control the central heating. Many new boilers are electronic and a lot easier to use. And if you have an old style, you would have a dial and you would have individual pegs that you would have to push up or push down to set a timer. For myself, in the winter, I like to turn on the heating, say, half an hour before I wake up. So I feel nice and toasty when I get out of bed and go into the bathroom, because the bathroom can be incredibly cold, so you want it to be nice and warm. If you have underfloor heating, then that would be amazing, but it's very expensive. So those are some of the things that you can do around the house. You may need to tidy up, maybe in the attic, the loft, and just general things that you have to do. Maybe you have bits and bobs that you need to look through. Bits and bobs means when you have a lot of items maybe collected together. I have a drawer where bits and bobs go into, where they don't have a specific location. So if I'm looking for something like batteries for the TV remote, I know, it's going to be in the bits and bobs drawer where everything goes. Lots of random things are in there. Then you have things like gardening. And gardening can be quite easy or difficult depending on where you are. Some people like to pave over the garden to have easy maintenance and maybe have a small patch of grass. And so when it comes to house maintenance, there isn't much to do. Another thing I thought of is cleaning the gutter. So the gutter is the plastic tube on the top of the house that collects the water. And you'd have a tube that runs down to let the water flow out. And leaves can get stuck in the gutter, stopping the water from going out, and it can overfill. When this happens, it can cause damage to the building because damp can start to build up. So you may need to get a ladder, and here you need to be extremely careful to take the leaves out of the gutter. Now, speaking about things like damp, in the UK this is very common, again because the houses are very old and a lot of condensation can build up on the windows and on the inside of the windows. So this can start to affect and damage the concrete, and it can lead to damp, it can lead to mold. So mold is when you would have black spots on the wall. And this is where something like a dehumidifier comes in really handy, because a dehumidifier, it extracts the water vapor from the air and it collects it in a little tank. Then you can empty out this tank and it can start to draw out the excess water. This can also be very helpful if you are drying clothes indoors, which is very common in the UK. Some people do not have a tumble dryer, and it can also be a cost factor because a tumble dryer uses a lot of electricity. So you can place the dehumidifier close to your clothes, and it can extract the water out from the clothes, drying your clothes faster and stopping excess moisture in the atmosphere. You could have a blocked toilet. When this happens, you need to use a plunger. It's not very pleasant, but it's just one of those things that you have to do to unblock the toilet. When it comes to household chores, are there any chores that you hate doing or chores that you love doing? I quite like washing the dishes because I get to listen to a podcast and it's quite relaxing sometimes. I don't have a dishwasher. A dishwasher can be very handy. My personal preference is just to wash the dishes because it's much more quicker to just wash the dishes than loading the dishwasher, waiting for it to dry, and then unpacking the dishes. Hello, my name is Harry and welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. You may be wondering, why am I doing a video in my bathroom? This is because this is the only place that had decent lighting. But I wanted to use it as an example to tell you that you don't have to have the perfect conditions to improve your English or anything in life. You don't have to wait for things to be perfect. You can make things happen. So today I wanted to talk about opening a bank account in the UK. Now you have a few different options. You have a current account or a savings account. A current account is similar to a checking account in America or many other different countries. But in the UK, we call this a current account. You can have different types of current accounts, but this is where your wages or your salary is paid into. And then you have a separate savings account where you can save a certain amount of your money. You can also have something like an ISA. An ISA is where you can deposit some money and it's tax-free, so you don't pay any tax on that amount. And it's usually a certain amount within a year. Some places say £20,000, so you can put some money into that ISA and you can't withdraw it. That's the only caveat. So that's the only problem that you have. If you want to withdraw it, you will face heavy penalties, so you have to pay to withdraw that out. But having an ISA is a good way to save money, because when it comes to budgeting, it's very easy to spend all of your money. Now, when you get paid, what do you spend your money on? You have your rent or your mortgage. You have your utilities like your phone bill, internet bill. You have to pay for food. You have to pay for your car. So there are quite a few things that you have to pay for. And taking a certain amount of money out and putting that into a savings account or into an ISA can be a really good way to build up your savings. Otherwise, it's very easy to spend your money. So when you go to a bank and you want to open up a bank account in the UK, there are a few things that you need. So you need to have proof of identity. This can be a passport. It could be a UK driving license. You also need to have proof of address, proof of where you are staying. This could be something like a tenancy agreement if you're renting. It could be a utility bill, so if you're paying for electricity or water. And usually these have to be quite recent, so usually within the last 3 months, but you can check with the individual bank. You may also need to take your national insurance card, and this is a way for the country to keep track of how much tax you're paying. So you can take a few of those things along with you. You could use potentially a utility bill. Maybe it's something like a water bill or an electricity bill, and a national insurance card. Also, one thing to bear in mind that many banks require you to pay an initial deposit, maybe 10 or 20 pounds. You can also be given a debit card, and you can use this to pay for transactions online or to withdraw money at an ATM or a cash machine. And a lot of banks, they have limits on how much you can withdraw from a cash machine. It may be something like £250, and you may be charged for going over a certain amount. So you really need to read the small print, find out if you are charged extra for withdrawing extra amount, or you may be stopped. You may have a limit. It's very common now to use contactless payments. You can link your phone to your card and use this to pay for things. It's very common on things like traveling by the tube, where normally you would have an Oyster. You can still get an Oyster card, which is like a blue card, and you can tap it on the barriers to enter into the train station or the tube station. But now many people can use their phone, and they'll just tap their phone or getting onto the bus, and it's much more convenient and it's quick and easy. When you are choosing a bank account, it's really interesting to look at the interest. So the interest is the amount of money that you would earn on your money that's in the bank account. Some banks may offer higher interest to try to attract you to join their bank. So it's good to shop around, have a look at banks which offer the best interest. Many banks have different branches. So a branch is just a different location of the same bank. Sometimes you may need to give information of where you set up your account, and you can find that out by looking on your statement. So your statement will show you things like your account number, your sort code, and these are unique to you when you are making payments. Now, talking about payments, you have things like standing orders and direct debits. But what is the difference? Well, a standing order is something you control. So you set up a standing order, and you would pay people and companies this way. So maybe you have to pay your rent. So you'd set up a standing order for a certain amount every month, and you know this amount is fixed, so it doesn't change. A direct debit, on the other hand, is when the company would automatically take money from you. So you have to sign a document to say, I allow you to take money from my bank account, and this is for things that can fluctuate in price. So fluctuate means to change prices. For example, if you join a gym, you would sign a direct debit. So the gym would withdraw, so take out a certain amount of money from your bank account each month. This could also be with the phone bill or a utility bill. So for example, your electricity would vary every month. So this way, if it's more or less, the company knows how much money to take out of your account. So that's the difference between a standing order and a direct debit. Your bank may also give you an overdraft. An overdraft is when you have a certain amount of money that is extra, but it's not free money, because if you go into your overdraft, you would pay interest on this amount back to the bank. So it can be good to give you peace of mind if you have some unexpected amounts that are taken out, or if you have to pay for an emergency. It could come in handy. But if you get into the habit of always going into your overdraft, then you're paying extra each month. So it's really not a good thing. I think the best thing to do is to think about budgeting. Now, when it comes to budgeting, how do you budget your money? Do you keep track of how much you are spending? Because it can be quite easy to overspend. I like to keep track, and usually I keep my receipts. So your receipt is something which, when you make a purchase, you're given a piece of paper which tells you how much you've spent. And you can take pictures of this on your phone because it's very easy to lose receipts. So I think it's a good idea to have a spreadsheet and look at how much money you are spending on certain things. And I think this is good because it gives you a sense of control. I think many people are not really taught about money growing up. I wish it was taught more in schools at a very young age when it comes to things like savings, because if you live beyond your means, is to spend more on things than you are bringing in, than you are earning, then it can cause a lot of trouble because you can end up in debt. So debt is something that is money that you have to pay back to the bank and at a high interest, and you can forever be in that cycle of paying back debt. So it can be a good idea to live frugally or within your means. An informal word for this is stingy, and the word stingy is an informal word. It's not a really complimentary phrase. A stingy person is someone who doesn't like to spend money. Now, when you are saving money, some people say it's a good idea to save at least 10% of your money. So once you've paid for the necessities and the essentials straight away, you can see how much money you have left for the month. And then with this amount, you can say, okay, I'm going to save at least 10% and put this into your savings account where you can earn interest, or into an ISA. And I always think it's a smart way to get your money to work for you because it can easily disappear. So you also have to ask yourself, when you're purchasing something, is it something I need or is it something that I want? And it's very easy to fall into the trap of saying, I want this thing, and justifying it. And it's the company's job to try to convince you to buy this certain product, to make you feel like you are lacking in something. But if you are comfortable and you live within your means and you save, and then you could be able to afford it. For me, I prefer to spend money on experiences. So I'm not really into flashy things or expensive things. It's more about having that experience or sharing something, an experience with friends or family, for example, traveling somewhere or going to a concert or to a festival, for example. So I think it's very individual because it's your money at the end of the day. But being able to look after it and deal with the mental side can help you to be more balanced and not be anxious or stressed when it comes to paying for things. In today's society, it is very difficult with the cost of living crisis because everything is so expensive. The prices of products has increased, but people's salaries haven't really increased. You have things like the minimum wage, which has increased slightly, but it's not enough to cover the things that people have to pay for. So in this case, it's very difficult to even save, and people are just living paycheck to paycheck. But hopefully, over time, the economy starts to improve and get better. In the UK, you have many type of brick and mortar banks. So these are the traditional type of banks that you go into. For example, Barclays, HSBC, Lloyds Bank, NatWest. So these have branches, but then some other banks would solely be online, so only online. And even the brick and mortar banks, they do have online services. And online banking is amazing because it saves you time, it's so convenient, and it's very flexible. But there may be times that you actually have to go into a branch. And when you go into a branch, remember again to take some kind of ID, some form of identification. And when you speak to the customer service, you may have to queue. And queuing is like an institution in the UK. So they will instruct you where you have to queue. You may have a ticket number and you just have to endure the queue. Let me know if you enjoyed this video. It's really helpful. And remember, good luck on your English journey. I hope these videos are helping you. And don't wait for the perfect moment. You can make this happen. Thank you, and watch this video next. Hello, how are you doing today? I hope you're well. Today is the 10th video that I'm publishing in a row, and for me that's quite a lot. I am really enjoying the process. I am learning a lot. It is a bit difficult trying to juggle creating content and working and having a family life, so it can be quite challenging, but I really appreciate the support from everyone. So thank you for all the likes, the comments, for people subscribing. It means a lot to me, so thank you so much. Today I woke up and I had a cup of coffee. I usually have a cup of coffee first thing in the morning to wake me up, and it's a bit of a habit. I used to drink a lot more cups of coffee in the past, maybe 2 or 3 cups of coffee, but I have reduced this to just 1 cup of coffee. Occasionally I would have 2, so I would have the second cup of coffee in the afternoon when I would have an afternoon slump, and this is where in the afternoon you may start to get tired and then have another cup of coffee to make yourself feel more awake. But I do like tea, and I like to have a cup of tea in the evening or the late afternoon with a biscuit sometimes. In the UK, tea and biscuits often go together. I like to dunk my biscuit into the tea, and I've found the perfect biscuit is one that you can dunk a few times and it doesn't break apart. It's a nightmare when you dunk the biscuit and it falls off into the tea and then you have to get a spoon to scoop it out. After my cup of coffee, I like to check my emails and get ready for the day ahead. I would look at how many lessons I have today, look at the students. I would look at what I have taught them previously and have a look at homework that has been set. I would see if the homework has been completed or not, and then plan for the lessons. Today I have quite a few lessons, and some of the students are from all around the world. Some are from France, some are from Singapore, and they are at different levels. I have a student who is preparing for the IELTS exam, some others that are preparing for the Cambridge exams, and they are hoping to achieve C1 or B2. I have another student who is interested in business English, so I'm helping her to improve her business English skills, including presentation skills. I have another student who wants to improve his conversational English. So we are looking at things like vocabulary and building fluency. So I have separate documents for each student to record their progress. And I like to progressively improve their level of English. So sometimes we would look back at what they have already learnt and try to incorporate this into the lesson. And the lessons are a lot of fun because I've had these students for quite some time, and it's amazing to see their improvement and their confidence. And I can see it in the lessons when something clicks in their head and they say, oh, I remember that word, or I remember the linking phrase, and they feel so proud of themselves. And it's just absolutely wonderful. For lunch today, well, going back to breakfast. So for breakfast, I ate 3 eggs with some spinach. I made that into an omelette, and it was quite delicious. I am trying to eat a lot of protein at the moment because I am trying to build muscle. I am turning 43 this month, and it's a little bit scary. So I'm trying to get into shape. I started taking the gym more seriously about 8 months ago, and I do enjoy it. I don't particularly like going to the gym, and when I'm in the gym and I'm pushing the heavy weights, my mind is telling me, what are you doing? Go home. Stop putting yourself through this pain. But I persevere, and it makes me feel good. It makes me feel really good afterwards. So that is why I'm trying to eat healthier. I try to limit the amount of sugar, salt, and oil in my diet. I would have a cheat meal maybe once a week on the weekend, and it's really nice to splurge on a cheat meal. So splurge is when you can become excessive, so you can eat more of something than you would normally. When you have a cheat meal, what do you eat? I love burgers, so any kind of burger, and for me that would be fine. So after breakfast, I have my multivitamin. I like to take a multivitamin just for general health. And it has lots of different vitamins and minerals in it. I like to dissolve it into water, and it's like an orange tablet, and it makes the water go fizzy. And it feels like I'm drinking a fizzy drink. It doesn't taste particularly nice. It's supposed to taste of orange. And then I would have some cod liver oil. And this is a omega-3 oil. It comes in a bottle. So I would take 1 spoon of that, and it tastes horrible, but I am used to taking it. So that is part of my morning routine. And after I have done that and also taken a shower, brushed my teeth, gotten changed, it is very nice to prepare for the lessons, and so that I can really concentrate during the lessons. And when I am preparing the lesson plans, they are very tailored to my students. And my students, they get a lot of value from my lessons because I talk about things that they are interested in, and I incorporate things like grammar, vocabulary, fluency all together. So if we are talking about their business, for example, we can talk about how to improve their business, how to improve their presentation, how to improve their negotiation skills. And it's really, really fascinating. During my lunch break, I would try to eat something healthy again. So some kind of protein, maybe some chicken. I like to buy chicken breast, which can be quite dry, but I like to season it with different spices, like maybe a Thai spice, a barbecue spice, curry spice. The spices are limitless. And I like to cook in bulk. So if I am making the chicken, I would dice it up into small pieces and cook quite a bit. And then I can keep it in a container in the fridge. And then whenever I am feeling peckish, do you know what peckish means? Peckish is when you feel a little bit hungry. So when I feel peckish, I can go to the fridge and just have a little bit of that food that I've already made. So I would make that. I would make some rice. I like different types of rice, so I like to mix it up a bit. And some kind of vegetable. So if it's broccoli or cauliflower or pumpkin or sweet potato, and try to get some more vegetables into my diet. So I would have a mixture of vegetables that I would alternate. Otherwise, it can get quite boring. And I do love my sauces. So I would put some spicy sauce on top of my food to make it taste a bit better, and try to drink some water. I try to drink at least 2 liters of water a day. I try to drink more than this if I can. I recently bought a new water bottle. It's a 2-liter water bottle, and it has different markings on it to keep you motivated. So, for example, halfway through the bottle, it says, "Keep going. You're almost there." And it's something very small, but I do find it very motivating to finish the water. And I like to sip on the water. So when you sip on something, is to take a small amount of it. And it's very important to stay hydrated throughout the day. So after lunch, I have a few more lessons planned. And after my lessons, I plan on going to the gym. Today is a pull workout. So yesterday I did a push workout. So I try to do push, pull, legs, and then I may rest or do some light cardio and then repeat that again. So today is a pull workout, and these are pulling exercises. And I do enjoy a nice pull workout. It is quite enjoyable when you finish. I recently bought some lifting straps, and it's a strap that you put your hand into, and a strap here that you would tie around the handle of the equipment that you are pulling, and it gives you a better grip. And this stops your forearm. So this here is the forearm. It stops your forearm from getting too tired, so you can focus on the particular muscle group you are trying to work, which in this case is the back, is the lats. The lats are the wide area on the upper back. And it's really enjoyable to see the progress. So I like to focus on progressive overload, progressive improvement, and increasing the weight or the number of reps. Reps means the amount of times I am pushing or pulling something. And there are many different exercises you can do for the back. I may work some abdominal muscles today. For me, I found the best thing is to exercise the abs first thing. I've had instances where I finished a workout and I've said, let me just go and do some ab exercises. And there's one in particular I enjoy, which is hanging leg raises. So you lift your legs up. And my stomach started to cramp and the pain was incredible. I had to stop, I couldn't move, and I learnt my lesson. So I always do ab exercises first before I get too fatigued. When you are fatigued is when you start to feel tired. After the gym session, I would come back home and cook some dinner. I'm not sure what I would eat for dinner today. Maybe some mince. I would make the mince into a mince curry. So I would dice up some onions, cut some tomatoes, fry the mince to ensure that it's cooked all the way through. Then add the onions, cook that. Then finally add the tomatoes and the spices. And I do love mince because, again, it's another source of protein. I do like to vary up my sources of protein. I also like to have things like chickpeas, lentils, different types of beans. And so it's not just animal protein, but also vegetable protein. And after dinner is some family time, to spend some time with family, sitting on the couch, maybe playing a board game or watching something on TV. And tonight is an Arsenal Champions League match, so I'm quite excited about that. Arsenal lost the first match against PSG. They lost 1-0. So they have to win this game today. And I've been watching the build-up to the match on social media. I've been listening to interviews with the Arsenal manager, and he's hyping everyone up. So when you hype something up, do you know what this means? This is to get someone excited about something. It's like when you have a new movie, you have a trailer, you have the actors going on TV and having presentations, and this is to get everyone excited about the movie. So I'm very, very excited about the match today. I hope we win. It would be fantastic if we do. And even if we don't, I think Arsenal has come quite far in their progress. And if someone had told me a few years ago when we were playing badly that you would have beaten Real Madrid and be in the semi-finals of the Champions League, I would have bitten your hand off. So this phrase, to bite someone's hand off, means to be excited about something, and they would take that opportunity in an instant. They would take it very quickly. If someone offered you a chance to exchange your car for a brand new Porsche or Ferrari, but you only have 1 minute to decide, you would bite the other person's hand off and just say, okay, you can take my car in exchange for the Porsche. So that's my day today. It's pretty balanced. It's quite busy. In between working and teaching, I try to create these lessons for you. So I hope that they are helping you and that you are finding them enjoyable. If you are, please click on the like button, the subscribe button. Share this with anyone that you know. It really helps me out. Also, if you comment in the comment section, say hello, let me know where you are from, and I can give you a shout out in the next lesson, because it's so interesting to see people from all around the world watching my videos and interacting with you. I think this is what YouTube is about, and it's such a unique and personal experience. So thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely day, and watch this video next. Hello, how are you today? I hope you're well. Thank you to everyone for liking, subscribing, and commenting on my videos. I really appreciate it, and it really helps me out. So thank you for that. And remember, you can always turn on the subtitles by pressing the CC button if you need to. So today I thought it would be nice to talk about relationships. So there's quite a lot of vocabulary to learn about relationships. We can start with some phrasal verbs. For example, you can say get on with if you have a good relationship with someone. I get on really well with my neighbors. Do you get on really well with your neighbors? So when you get on with, you have a nice relationship. And I think it's important to have a good relationship with your neighbors, particularly if you live in a city where you live very close to your neighbors. So having a nice relationship and getting on with your neighbors just makes your day-to-day living much easier. The opposite to get on with can be fall out with. When you fall out with someone, it's when you argue and you stop speaking to that person. For example, they fell out over money. And this is a very common issue for someone to fall out with other people. If you lent money to someone that you trust, like friends or family, and they haven't given the money back, it's very easy to lose respect for that person and to fall out with them if they keep making excuses. So on one hand, we have get on with. You can get on with someone, you can have a good relationship. On the other hand, you can fall out with someone, and that's when you stop speaking to someone. You could make up. So when you make up is when you talk to each other and things are okay. For example, we made up after the argument. So in life, it's very normal to have arguments with people, but it's also important to make up. And part of that is having really good communication. You can go out with. So when you go out with someone, it's when you date someone. For example, she's going out with the guy from work. So when you go out, it's when you go on a date. You can break up or split up. And this is when the relationship ends. For example, they broke up last month. Have you ever had a breakup before? How was the breakup? Was it easy or was it difficult? You can drift apart from someone, and this is when you gradually lose the closeness that you had with someone. So, for example, we drifted apart after university, and to drift apart, I like to imagine someone on a boat, and you are also on a boat, and that boat is going further and further away. And in life, it's quite normal to drift apart from people because our life circumstances change. So does the other person. You may move to a different city or change jobs or have a family. So it's very easy to drift apart from someone. Have you ever drifted apart from someone? And if you did, what did you do, if you did anything, to become closer together. I think with social media and messaging apps, for example, WhatsApp, it's very easy now to stay in contact with someone by sending a message or a picture or a voice message. So it's easier than it was to stop drifting apart. Settle down. Settle down. This is to start a stable life, often being married. For example, he's looking to settle down and start a family. Have you settled down, or are you planning on settling down, or would you never settle down? Settling down has its pros and its cons. Some of the pros could be that you can have a deeper connection with someone, you can start a family, you can have children. The cons are that you lose some of the freedom that you had when you were younger. So it's difficult to go out or go traveling because now you have more commitments. You could hook up with someone. This is informal, and this is to start a casual or a romantic connection. In the UK, it's more common to say chat someone up, and this is when you flirt with someone. For example, he tried to chat her up at the pub. You can ask someone out, and this is when you invite someone on a date. So, for example, he finally asks her out for a drink. So those are some nice phrasal verbs. If I think about my youth and trying to chat someone up, in the beginning it was quite difficult. Was it easy, or is it easy for you to chat someone up? It's part of dating, and in today's society it's easier than other in some ways to find a date because you can use social media and dating apps. But on the other hand, it could be more difficult to find meaningful relationships. You have some really nice idioms and British expressions when it comes to relationships. For example, to get along like a house on fire. This means to become friends very quickly with someone. I know in the past, when I've formed friendships, it's because we've had some banter, we've been able to make some jokes, and we get on like a house on fire very quickly. And we were also on the same wavelength. So a wavelength, if you think about the wavelength of a sound, goes up and down, and this means to think similarly. When you think similarly, you are on the same wavelength and you think in the same way. You could have a soft spot for someone. When you have a soft spot, this is when you feel affection for someone. For example, I've always had a soft spot for her. You could also see eye to eye. When you see eye to eye with someone, this is when you agree with them. For example, we don't always see eye to eye, but we manage. So you can use these in a positive way, but also in a negative way by saying not or don't. Have a heart to heart. This is quite an interesting one, to have a heart to heart. So if you think about the heart, this means to have an honest conversation. So we had a heart to heart about the situation. Maybe there is a difficult situation and you're finding it hard to speak to someone. You can't find the right time. You don't know how to approach the situation. So by saying to someone, let's have a heart to heart. This means to have an honest conversation. You can pop the question. So to pop the question, this means to propose marriage. Then we have to tie the knot, and this means to get married. You could call it quits. This means to end a relationship or a partnership. So for example, after years of arguing, they called it quits. In terms of friendship vocabulary, you have the word mate, and this is very common in the UK. It's a casual term for friend. For example, I'm seeing a few mates tonight, or thank you, mate, or I'll see you later, mate. And sometimes the T at the end is dropped, and this is a glottal stop. So you would hear mate, okay, mate. So rather than mate, mate. And it's quite a nice, versatile word to use very often. You have a best mate or a best friend. You can have a close friend. You could have a work friend, a uni friend. So uni is short for university, or a childhood friend. You could also have an acquaintance. So an acquaintance is someone you know casually. Social circle. So this applies to your group of friends. Do you have a large social circle or a small social circle? What do you think is better? Is it better to have a large or a small social circle? You also have a fair weather friend. This term isn't that common, but you may come across it when you're reading, so it's nice to know what it is. And this is when someone is only around in good times, but they disappear when things go bad. And when you have a friendship like this, you have to question, is this a good relationship? So if things are going well, they would be around, but when you're having a difficult time, they seem to disappear. Now, romantic relationship vocabulary. So you have your partner. So your partner is a gender neutral word for a boyfriend, a girlfriend, or a spouse. You have a spouse, and this is a formal term for a husband or wife. You have the other half, and this is informal for romantic partner. For example, I'll be bringing my other half to the event. A soulmate, so a person that you have a deep connection with. You could have a crush on someone. So this is when you have romantic feelings for someone. A long distance relationship is when your partner is very far away from you. You can have a love triangle. This is a romantic relationship involving three people, and it's very common in a lot of TV shows and movies where you have a love triangle that's created to try and provoke some kind of drama. So that's a love triangle. Now, when you break up with someone, you can break up, you can split, or you could have a separation. Now, after this, the result is to have an ex. So an ex is a former partner. For example, I saw my ex in the high street the other day. To ghost someone. When you ghost someone, it's when you stop communicating, and it's quite sudden. So if you're having a relationship or a friendship with someone and you get on really well with that person, but then all of a sudden they disappear. So they are ghosting you. And this can be quite frustrating as well sometimes if you feel you've started a good relationship, but they could be a bit flaky, they don't respond, they don't turn up for events. So in this case, it may be time to move on and find other friends. You could have an on-again, off-again relationship, and this is an unstable relationship. So the couple may be together one day and they may have broken up the next, and then after that they may be together again. A toxic relationship. This is a harmful or emotionally unhealthy relationship. Baggage, so not the baggage that you take to the airport, but this is unresolved emotional issues from past relationships. For example, he's got a lot of emotional baggage from his ex. And it's quite a nice way to think about it when you go from one relationship to the next. You have left that person, or that person has left you, so you have your belongings in a suitcase and baggage. And if you take that to the next relationship, it can be unhealthy. So sometimes it's good to let go of that baggage. Closure. Closure is emotional conclusion after a breakup. So sometimes it's good to have a face-to-face meeting, to have closure that the relationship has ended, rather than sending text messages. Move on. When you move on, this means to recover and continue with your life, because everything always changes. Even if you've had a relationship that was once amazing, when it ends, it's good to have closure and to move on with the rest of your life. As we are also talking about relationships in general, it's nice to think about vocabulary associated with family. So you have your immediate family, parents, siblings, children. Siblings is a term to describe brothers or sisters. You have your extended family, so grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles. You have in-laws. In-laws are your relatives by marriage. You could have a step family. This is a non-biological family through remarriage. You can have sibling rivalry. So sibling rivalry is competition between brothers and sisters. You can have a close-knit family, and this is when the family members are very emotionally supportive. Or you could not have a close-knit family where the family members are quite selfish and don't look after each other. So some nice adjectives to describe relationships. You could have tight, close, supportive, and these are positive words. So to have close friends, I think, is important. I think for me personally, I think it's better to have fewer close friends than having a wider social circle, but it is not supportive or not close. You could be distant, strained, or rocky. And this is when you have problems in your relationship. So distant, when someone is far. Strained, this is when the relationship is struggling. If you think about having a bridge and there being lots of rocks or bricks on the bridge, and you can see the wood starting to bend down, and eventually it's going to break. So the bridge is straining, and it can strain through many things. Maybe the relationship is toxic, maybe it's not supportive, and over time, if these issues are not resolved, the relationship can become strained, it can become rocky. You can have loyal, trustworthy, caring, affectionate. So these are all strong, healthy traits and healthy words to describe a good relationship. I think it's really important to be loyal, to be trustworthy, to be caring, to be affectionate. The opposite of this would be jealous, possessive, or clingy. So clingy, this means when you grab on to someone and you don't let go. So it can be quite suffocating if someone is clingy, because they are not giving you space to move, to breathe, and it can be quite stressful. It's the same thing with being possessive. If someone always wants to know what you are doing, where you are, that is a sign of being possessive, because you don't have the freedom there. And it's the same with being jealous of someone. I think in a good relationship, you need to have space to be free, to have your own personal space. And when you come together with your family members, friends, or romantic partners, that it makes your life better. You can also have flirtatious, romantic, serious, or casual. So these are the types of relationships. Being flirtatious can be a good thing. because you are keeping that spark alive. Even if you are in a long-term relationship, still maintaining some flirting, I think, is good because it keeps the relationship alive. I don't think it's a good idea to flirt with other people when you are in a long-term relationship. But it's always nice to receive compliments, being romantic, serious or casual. So serious and casual, they are two opposites. So there are quite a number of words to describe relationships in general. And what do you think about relationships? Are relationships important? If we think about friends, firstly, why are friends good? I think friends are good because it reminds you that you are not alone, you can have things in common, and it's fun. It makes life interesting, you are supportive of each other, and you're going through different stages of life, and it helps you to feel less alone. And you can apply the same things to a romantic relationship. I think having a good, healthy romantic relationship makes life worth living. It's very interesting to learn about the other person, how they think about things, and building a future together. I don't think it's always easy, but I think the difficulties are worth it if you can communicate with each other. Also, if you get the chance to, I really recommend this TV show called Afterlife. It stars Ricky Gervais, and it's a fantastic comedy. I really enjoyed it. And it's about a character who loses his wife, and he goes along a journey of trying to cope with that and feeling very depressed, but trying to still maintain relationships with people around him. And I think it's more about the case of people trying to maintain a relationship with him because he's lost his partner and he's feeling depressed. He doesn't see any way out or doesn't feel there's any hope. So it's about the relationships he has with current people, even his pet dog, and mourning the loss of the relationship that he had. So I think it's a really good show, and it tackles some difficult topics in a very entertaining way. So let me know what you thought of the lesson. I really appreciate it. And watch this lesson next, and I will see you next time. Thank you, and bye-bye. Hello, how are you today? I hope you're well. Welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. My name is Harry. I'm a native English speaker and an English teacher. Today we're going to look at some English phrases, specifically British English phrases you need to sound natural. These phrases are really handy, really useful to use in everyday conversation, and also when you are watching TV shows or movies, it's nice to understand what they mean. So the first one is, I'm absolutely knackered. Knackered is an informal word for feeling tired. So for example, if someone asked you how you are, how you're feeling, you could say, I barely slept last night. I'm absolutely knackered. Or if you've been doing something very strenuous, like running 5Ks or going to the gym and having a really hard training session, you could say, oh, I'm absolutely knackered. So knackered is a very useful word. It's a very informal word to use to say when you are tired. Maybe you haven't been sleeping properly. Maybe you have insomnia, and this can lead to you feeling knackered. Fancy a cuppa. Fancy a cuppa means would you like a cup of tea? And you'll hear this on TV all the time. And British people love to drink tea. I love to drink tea. And I drink less now, I think, and I've replaced this with water. But I may have 1 or 2 cups of tea, and during winter, I would have more because having a nice cup of tea is like a warm hug. It makes you feel better, especially when the weather is terrible outside. So, fancy a cuppa? This means, would you like some tea? I'm chuffed to bits. This means to be really pleased. If you are chuffed to bits. So, for example, I got that job and I'm chuffed to bits. I am chuffed to bits that you are watching this video, so I'm really happy. Can't be bothered. This means when you don't feel like doing something. I was going to tidy up, but I can't be bothered. And this happens a lot. So if you have to tidy up your house or your room, but you look at the mess and you think, I can't be bothered today, I'll do it tomorrow. So if you can't be bothered, that means you don't feel like doing something. And it can be used to describe someone else's behavior. So if you go into a shop and no one looks interested in helping you, to describe the situation, you would say, they can't be bothered to help. So you can use it in a multitude of situations. A bit dodgy. This is very common. This means when something is suspicious or not quite right. If you are given some food at a restaurant and you look at the food, but it doesn't look cooked properly, so you could say, this looks a bit dodgy. And it can also refer to when you are buying something, you could be suspicious. So if you see a deal that's too good to be true, if there is a laptop that was £1,000, but now it's £200, that seems a bit dodgy, seems a bit too good to be true. So this is when you are either suspicious and you feel like something is not quite right. If you are going somewhere and you see someone who is a bit suspicious, they may seem drunk and they are walking towards you, so you may cross over the road because the person seems a bit dodgy, a bit unpredictable, not quite right. So dodgy can be used in a lot of different situations. You can say pop to the shops. This means to quickly go to the shops. So if you can also say, I'm going to pop out for a bit. And here you're not necessarily telling the person where you are going, but you are indicating how long you are going for, because to pop out means you're not going to be gone for an extended period of time. You're not going to be gone for a long time. So you're just popping out. For example, I'm just popping out to the shops for some bread. And in a way, when you say this, it makes the journey more bearable. Maybe it's raining outside and you don't want to go to the shops, but by saying, I'm just going to pop out to the shops, you're telling yourself that it's going to be quick. So you can grin and bear it. You can go through that terrible weather, the rain, and you'll be back before you know it. So to pop out is a very useful phrase. You can also say pop in. So if you're speaking to your friend on the phone, you can say to them, I'm going to finish work at 6 o'clock and I can pop in at 7 o'clock. So it's a very versatile phrase. It's not my cup of tea. This means something that I don't enjoy. For example, reality TV is not my cup of tea. And you can apply this to different situations. So you can apply this to food. You can apply this to any type of hobby, type of interest. So, for example, romantic shows are not really my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea is a very British phrase to add to your vocabulary. I'm skint. This is an informal phrase that means I have no money. So I'd love to come out, but I'm totally skint until payday. So being skint is not a fun thing. So you cannot enjoy the things that you want to. I'm over the moon. This means when you are extremely happy. They said, yes, I'm over the moon. So if you like this video, I'd be over the moon. So it's when you are extremely happy. I haven't the foggiest. This is a nice phrase. This means I have no idea. If someone asked you, how do I get to the museum? And you don't know, you could say, I haven't the foggiest. So again, this is a very informal phrase, but it's nice to understand what it means. So I haven't the foggiest, I have no idea, I don't know. It's all gone pear-shaped. This means when everything has gone wrong. For example, we missed the train and now it's all gone pear-shaped. So something in your life may have gone wrong and you can say it's all gone pear-shaped. So maybe you had the perfect plan, but then the flight was cancelled. So now you're going to miss your meeting. So it's all gone pear-shaped. And some of these phrases, they're really nice because it almost alleviates stress of the situation. So calling the bad situation pear-shaped, it's a nice comedic way to lighten the situation so it doesn't feel as heavy, as stressful anymore. Give me a bell, or you could say, give me a buzz. So this means to call me. You can also say, give me a call, but it's nice to know that you can also say, give me a bell. So for example, give me a bell when you get home. And this is an informal way to ask someone to call you. So maybe you see a friend, but you can't really talk to them because you're in a rush to go somewhere. So you can say, I'll give you a bell later. So it's a very nice phrase to know. I'm in a bit of a pickle. This is a very nice phrase. This means to be in a tricky situation. I've double booked myself, so I'm in a bit of a pickle. So I'm in a tricky situation. Maybe you've double booked meetings, or you're in a situation which is difficult. It's tricky to get out of. So I'm in a bit of a pickle. If I think about other situations that I could use this, so I'm in a bit of a pickle. Maybe you miss the bus and then the train is delayed. So now you are in a bit of a pickle. So maybe you could order a taxi, but there's a lot of traffic because it's rush hour. So you are in a bit of a pickle. Bob's your uncle. This is a very old-fashioned phrase, but even I still do use it from time to time in a funny way because I'm recognizing that it is old-fashioned. This means there you have it, or something is done. So, for example, if I'm telling someone how to do something, maybe I have to hang a frame and another person thinks it's difficult to do. So I would just hammer the nail in and say, Bob's your uncle, meaning that there it's completed, it's done. And it's a very nice, versatile phrase. If you are giving directions, maybe the directions are very complicated. So you're telling someone, okay, go left, go right, at the shops, go straight ahead, go through the traffic lights, go around the roundabout, go through the zebra crossing, and Bob's your uncle, you're there. It's not really Bob's your uncle because they are really difficult instructions to remember, but you're lightening the situation by saying Bob's your uncle. Throw a spanner in the works. This means to cause a problem. For example, his resignation really threw a spanner in the works. So the person resigned, they left their job in the middle of a really important project. And now the manager has to try and find someone else to do the same job. So when something goes wrong and something is very difficult and a spanner is thrown into the works, it causes a serious problem. Perfect. Well done. So there we have 15 very common phrases to help you to sound natural. So watch this video through again and let me know, what are some of your favorite phrases and how can you use them in your daily life? I've tried to give you a lot of different examples here, but it would be nice to hear from you. Also, let me know, where are you watching this video from? Thank you for watching, and I would be chuffed to bits if you watch this video next. Hello, how are you today? I hope you're well. My name is Harry and this is Learn English with British Harry. So I hope you're well. I hope you had a great weekend. What did you get up to over the weekend? My weekend was really good. The weather was nice and I spent time with family and getting out and about and trying to get some exercise and getting some steps in. I wear a fitness band. It's charging right now. And I try to do 10,000 steps a day. I find that it really helps me to keep track and make sure that I'm exercising and getting the blood flow moving around my body. Otherwise, it's quite easy to sit, especially if you have an office job. Now, if you have an office job, you're not really walking around too much, so getting steps is good. Now, if we talk about an office job, there are some really nice, interesting vocabulary words that you can use to express yourself. Now, you have things like admin and daily office tasks. So admin, this would consist of paperwork. You have a lot of paperwork to do or small tasks that you need to get done. And you can have things like spreadsheets. So a spreadsheet is where you would have data that you would update, you would change, you would amend, and it's quite common to update the spreadsheet. So you have to revise or add new information to the document. And you could say something like, I've just updated the spreadsheet with last week's figures. So managing spreadsheets is an important task because you're keeping track of the data, of the information. Then you have things like paperwork. And although a lot of things are now online or digital, some companies still keep a physical copy of the data. So in this case, you'll have to file the paperwork. And this means to sort and store physical, and sometimes it could apply to digital documents. For example, can you file this paperwork before lunch? So maybe it's a physical document, but you replicate it digitally, or it could be the other way around. You could print it out if it's a spreadsheet or a document on the system to keep somewhere in case of an emergency. And talking about data, so you can input data. So you type or you enter information into the system. For example, I spent the morning inputting customer data into the database. And data is really important. The whole world seems to run on data. If you think about things like AI, AI consumes so much data to help it to be more efficient when giving you a solution or an answer. So data is really important. Now, you could also chase up. You can chase up someone. So this is to remind someone about something they haven't done. For example, I'll chase up the supplier about that delivery. So when you have to chase up, it's when you have to make sure that something gets done. Because if it doesn't get done, then it will affect you, it will affect the company. When your manager asks you about an update and if it's not completed, it reflects badly on you. So you have to chase up people to ensure that the tasks or they have given you the information that you need. Within an office environment, it's quite common to raise a ticket. So an office environment would have an IT support. So if you have an issue with your computer or the system, you would raise a ticket. So when you raise a ticket, it's to log a technical issue with IT support. For example, if the printer's still down, raise a ticket. You also have to meet deadlines. So this is a very common phrase, and it means to complete something by a set time. We're under pressure to meet the deadline. So this can apply not only to an office environment, it can apply to any job or even to your own life. You may have deadlines that you have to meet. Maybe you have to submit paperwork, or if you're applying for a job, you have a deadline, so you have to meet the deadline. And here, in an office environment, in order to meet the deadline, you may have to chase up someone to get the information that you need to meet the deadline. With workplace communication, you can say, drop someone a line. This means to send someone a short message or email. For example, I'll drop her a line to confirm the meeting time. So when you drop someone a line, this means that you are contacting someone and it's not very formal, it's a bit informal. So rather than saying, I will contact someone, you can say, I will drop her or I will drop him a line. Loop someone in. This means to include someone in a conversation or email thread. For example, I've looped Karen in on the email chain. So in an office environment, it's very important to have good communication so that you know what you are doing and that other people are also aware of what is happening. So many times people would copy in, CC, another person, then forward this on to another person, and the email chain can get quite long and it's easy to get lost in that information. And if you are not part of that email, you will have no clue what's happening. So it's really important to loop someone in, to stay in the loop so you know what is happening. You can touch base. This means to make brief contact with someone. Let's touch base after lunch about the new project. And this is a very common informal phrase, and it implies that you are wanting to meet someone and to find out what's happening, but in a less pressurized way. So you're not demanding to have the information. You know, it's good to touch base to ensure that you're on the same page and that there is no miscommunication. You can follow up. This means to check in on something already discussed. I'm following up on the invoice I sent last week. So to follow up, it means that you can find out the information, because within an office environment, people are very busy doing many tasks throughout the day, and you often need to follow up to ensure that you get the information that you need, because the other person will have other priorities and they may forget about the task that you asked them for or the information for. So it's really important to follow up. You can flag something. This means to highlight or draw attention to an issue. For example, just flag it with the manager if it becomes a problem. So if you are working on something and you discover there's an error in the spreadsheet or something's not working properly, you need to flag this with a manager or with IT support so that it enables you to do your job efficiently. And talking about flags, you can have things like red flags. Now, a red flag is a warning sign. So if you are working on the spreadsheet and it doesn't save, but a few seconds later it does save, this could be a red flag that it may happen again. So it's important to bring this up with IT support. You can send a reminder. So this is to prompt someone not to forget something. I'll send her a reminder about the deadline. So here you can see, working within an office environment, it's really important to have good communication. And part of this is regularly asking for updates or updating other people about what you have done. Take minutes. This means to record what's discussed in a meeting. Could you take minutes for today's team meeting? So why do people take minutes in a meeting? Well, it's important because you have a record of what was discussed. If a person agreed to do a certain task, but then later they didn't do it, there's a record that they agreed to do this task. It's also beneficial to keep track and monitor progress. And this is part of something called continual service improvement. So the business, the company is always trying to improve. So this way you can see what is discussed. Also, someone may be absent from the meeting. So this way they can catch up and they are in the loop with what's happening. There are so many different types of digital tools in today's workplace. And many people work remotely. And a nice phrase is to pull up a file. So this means to open up a document or file. For example, let me pull up that report for you now. So if you are speaking to someone and you need a certain document or spreadsheet, the other person may say, okay, let me pull up that file for you. So they are finding that specific information for you. You can use a shared document, and these are really important to collaborate. And you can collaborate and work on a file in real time. So for example, we're using a shared document to track changes. And this is amazing because before the evolution of shared documents and shared workspaces, companies would have to fax documents or email documents. But now when you are working on shared documents at the same time, in real time, it's much more efficient. You can also screen share. So you can show your screen during a video call. For example, do you mind screen sharing so we can all see it? So if you are talking about a certain project, being able to screen share in real time is so beneficial because now you are all on the same page and you know what is happening. Working from home. So this is to do your job remotely. I'm working from home on Fridays. And what do you think about working from home? What are some of the pros? What are some of the cons? Well, firstly, working from home, it can give you more freedom. It can be more effective because you are not disturbed by office politics and you can get your work done more efficiently. It can be negative, firstly, because you are not around other people and it's more inconvenient to ask someone for help rather than just going over to the desk and asking them for help. And secondly, it can be quite lonely. Within an office environment, you are surrounded by many people, and so you can get to know your colleagues, and it can make the day go faster. So let me know, what do you think is good? Is it better to work from home or to go into the office? Or actually now, you see a lot of jobs that are hybrid, and hybrid means having a combination of working from home and going into the office. Sync with the team. So sync means to stay up to date or aligned with others. For example, we use Teams to sync with the London office. So syncing, again, this is all about communication and being up to date with other people. And if you think about things like meetings, you can schedule a meeting, you can arrange a time to meet. For example, I've scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can run through. This means to quickly review something. For example, let's run through the agenda before we begin. So to run through is a very nice phrase because, again, it's quite informal, quite relaxed. So you just want to be helpful. You're not demanding that we sit down and we discuss what's happening. I just want to run through this information with you to make sure that we are on the same page. You can share updates, so to report on progress or changes. Can you share updates from the marketing team? And everything within a work environment, an office environment, is about updates so that you know what other people are doing and other people know what you are doing. You can brainstorm ideas. This means to think of ideas collaboratively. For example, we need to brainstorm ideas for the campaign. So brainstorming is very useful, especially in marketing positions within a company or any position really, if you're thinking about improving something in your workplace. So you can go to your manager and you can say, I've brainstormed some ideas about how we can improve our workflow. Collaborate on a project. This means to work together. We're collaborating on a new customer journey map. So collaborating, and this is also very nice because when you collaborate with someone else, you can get their insights into how they think about a project. And two brains are better than one. You can bounce ideas off each other and think of new ideas. In terms of your workload and prioritizing, you can juggle tasks. This means to manage multiple responsibilities at once. For example, I'm juggling quite a few tasks this week, and it's quite a nice phrase. So have you ever tried juggling? I have, and I found it quite difficult. I got to 2 balls and it was quite easy. Then you add in the third, and I could do it for a while. And with regular practice, it actually felt good when I was able to juggle 3 balls. So here, when you're juggling tasks, you have many things up in the air. They're not completed. You're doing many things at once. And you often have to multitask and do many different things. So when you have many different tasks to do within an office environment, you have to prioritize your workload. If you don't prioritize, you can feel overwhelmed, you can fall behind with your tasks. So this means to organize tasks by importance. Try to prioritize your workload so nothing gets missed. Prioritizing is really important, even in day-to-day life. If you have a to-do list of all of the things you have to do, it's impossible to get everything done. So you have to prioritize. You have to say, right, which task is the most important? So you put that to the top and you start working your way through in terms of priority. Well done. You did a great job. There was some interesting office vocabulary. Now there's so much more vocabulary to go through, but this is just a starter. So let's try a quick quiz. Question 1. What does it mean to chase up someone? A. Promote them to a new position. B. Remind them about something they haven't done. C. Fire them from their job. The answer is B. Remind them about something they haven't done. I don't think that would be a good idea or decision to fire someone if you have to chase them up. Question 2. If someone says, I'll loop you in, what are they going to do? A. Exclude you from the next email. B. Send you an unrelated file. C. Add you to an email thread or conversation. The answer is C. If someone says, I'll loop you in, this is to add you to an email thread or conversation. Question 3. What's the purpose of taking minutes in a meeting? A. To schedule the next appointment. B. To write a summary of what was discussed. C. To time how long everyone speaks. The answer is to write a summary of what was discussed. Question 4. If you are juggling tasks, what are you doing? A. Playing games at work. B. Handling several tasks at once. C. Trying to avoid responsibility. The question is handling several tasks at once. Well done. The last question, question 5. To flag an issue means to A. Approve it for senior management. B. Raise or highlight a concern. C. Hide the problem in a report. The correct answer is raise or highlight a concern. Perfect. You did a fantastic job. Well done. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this lesson, please click on the like button. I'd really appreciate it. Also, in the comments section, let me know where you are watching from. I find it fascinating to know where everyone is watching the lesson from. Also, subscribe and share with anyone that you know. My name is Harry. I'm a native British English speaker and an English teacher. One of my students the other day had a trip to the dentist and we spoke for some time about his experience, and that got me thinking that this is quite a common topic, and eventually at some point in your life you have to go to the dentist. And it's nice to start with some basic vocabulary and then work our way up to some interesting questions. So if we think about going to the dentist, there are some reasons why you would want to go to the dentist. Maybe you have tooth pain, maybe you have a cavity in your tooth, maybe it's just a normal checkup that you have to have. Maybe it's gum disease. Now, you could have something like gingivitis. So gingivitis is less severe than gum disease, and it's often accompanied by inflammation of the gums. So inflammation is when your gums would look red, they would feel sore, and at this point, it's a very good idea to go and see the dentist, because if it develops into full-blown gum disease, then you could have much more severe consequences. You may have to have teeth extracted, for example. So when you go to the dentist, you could also have a filling. And a filling is when the dentist uses some material, often looks silver, and they would fill in the cavity. And this is so that your food doesn't get stuck in your tooth. Secondly, it can stop decay. And decay is when the tooth starts to rot. When the tooth starts to rot, this isn't a good thing because it's getting closer to the nerve and it could leave the nerve exposed. And when this happens, it's very painful. It's very hard and very difficult to eat anything hot, anything cold, because your teeth and the nerves become very sensitive and it can be extremely painful. If your tooth is very bad, if it's not repairable, then it may have to be extracted. So the whole tooth would have to be taken out. You could have a root canal. So this is where the dentist tries to save the existing tooth and treat the infection inside the tooth. So once you have a root canal, you usually have a crown placed on top, and a crown can be made of different material. It could be silver in appearance or it could be white in appearance, depending on the material the dentist uses. You could have braces. When I was younger, I had braces to try and straighten my teeth, and it can be painful because you have to go back to the dentist to tighten the braces. And now the technology has advanced where you can have clear braces where it's not very visible to see, it's not really noticeable, but back in the day you had to have the metal wires. So let me know, did you ever have braces growing up? Did you ever have to go to the dentist for any kind of procedure? So a procedure is when they do something. So for example, a root canal or extracting a tooth or having a filling. So remember, a filling is when they fill in the cavity. They fill in the hole with the material. And this is quite common because in today's society, a lot of our diet is filled with sugar and unhealthy snacks. It's really difficult to avoid anything with sugar. Even things like bread that you buy from the supermarket can have sugar inside. With my tea and coffee, I've tried to make some adjustments. So I try to use honey instead of sugar, and I limit the amount of sweet things that I eat. But of course, it's unavoidable and they taste so good. For example, my favorite ice cream is a cornetto. I love cornettos, just a classic cornetto. I could eat 3 in a row. And one of the reasons is because they've become smaller over time. We have something called shrinkflation. And that's an interesting topic for another lesson. But basically, a lot of products over time have become smaller to cut costs. When you go to the dentist and you have a procedure, the dentist would use an anesthetic. And an anesthetic is an injection they put into the gums to numb the gums. And when they numb the gums, you don't feel the pain when they are using the drill. And I particularly don't like the sound of the drill, but because of the anesthetic, you don't feel the pain. And it's quite a strange experience. If you have a good dentist, he or she would be very comforting when they put the injection. I try not to look at the needle, and they would put the needle into your gum a few times, and then you would go back to the waiting room to then wait for the anesthetic to kick in. So when it kicks in, it's when your mouth starts to go numb, and it's quite a strange sensation. You have a tingling sensation which builds up, and it can go quite high, close to your eye. And then you are ready for the procedure, and then you go into the examination room, or Another word could be the surgery. And this is where the dentist and the dentist's technicians are that help the dentist. Some nice phrasal verbs to also be aware of are things like take out. If I was speaking to a friend and I was telling him that I went to the dentist, I would say he took out, or the dentist took out a tooth. So we have take out or took out. Build up. You can have a build up of plaque. And plaque is when you have things on your teeth that can build up, especially in between your teeth. And this is why it's a really good idea to floss. And floss is the thin piece of material. So you would use floss to stop the buildup of plaque. And over time, this can also damage your teeth. So it's a really good idea to stop that building up. We have come off. You could have a crown or a temporary crown while they are getting the solid material. They could put a temporary crown. And sometimes this can come off, especially if you're eating sticky food. This has happened to me before, and my crown has come off, and I've been searching for it in some bread to try and save so I can go back to the dentist so they can put it back on. We can have look at. So you could ask the dentist, can you look at my tooth at the back? So here you can be more specific and you can help the dentist to ascertain where the problem is. Carry out. So carry out is when the dentist performs something. So the dentist carried out the root canal successfully, which is always a good thing. Lie back. This means to recline in the chair. The dentist chairs are quite comfortable, I found, because they recline back and you have some armrests. Sometimes I find it a little bit awkward because if I have a scratch on my nose and the dentist is using the drill or examining my mouth, it's quite awkward because the more that you think about something, the more that it builds up. And I want to really scratch my nose, but I have to try and stop and distract my mind. Spit out. So this is when you spit out the liquid. So after the procedure, the dental technician will give you some liquid in a plastic cup to rinse around your mouth and then spit out. And this is to get rid of any pieces of filling that were left behind or any residue, so it can keep your mouth clean and it can start to heal faster. So when you go to the dentist, especially in the UK, you can go to an NHS dentist, and the NHS stands for the National Health Service. Depending on your circumstances, you may have to pay for the procedure, and they have different bands, so band 1, 2, and 3, and they would have different criteria within the bands. So they have different procedures they can carry out within the different categories. And normally they are covered by the previous category. So category 3 would cover 1 and 2. And the cost is cheaper than going to a private dentist. However, there could be a long waiting time. So if it's something very urgent, you have to express that to the dentist. When you are speaking to the receptionist, you have to explain that you are in a lot of pain. So I think the NHS dentists are really good. I've been to them in the past and they've been brilliant when I've had to see them. And talking about dental hygiene in general, I think it's really important to have a good dental routine, especially things like flossing, using mouthwash, because over time it can get very expensive, especially in the UK where there are lots of snacks and lots of sugary treats that you can have, especially during winter where it's very cold and it's comforting to drink lots of tea and coffee and have little cakes and snacks and biscuits. But these things over time can add up. So that was some basic dentist vocabulary. Now it's nice to think about some interesting questions to take your English to the next level. If we think about what comes to mind when you hear the word dentist. And this is different for everyone. For me, it's a little bit of anxiety, a bit of fear, because it's that feeling of being not feeling in control. So when you are there in the dentist chair, you are vulnerable. You can't do anything. You have to just sit and wait for the procedure to finish. And sometimes the anesthetic may wear off. So you would start to feel the pain more, and you'd have to tell the dentist they'd have to put some more anesthetic. Do you like visiting the dentist? I don't particularly like visiting the dentist. I don't think a lot of people do. Maybe you do. It would be nice to hear from you. Let me know. And I don't think people visit the dentist enough. And it could be a few things. It could be the cost. So cost is a factor. Finding the time. You have to take time off work. And it's often the pain would force you to go to the dentist. What do you think of the smell and sounds at the dentist? The dentist is quite a unique place. It reminds me of a hospital. There's something about the surgery itself that reminds you of a hospital, where you see the chair, you have the bright light, you see all of the equipment around, and you generally see like a picture of a big tooth, and you can see the nerves coming down into your gums. But it's nice because it makes a connection in your head that there are nerves going into your tooth and you have to care for your teeth. And the smell can be quite clinical. You could smell maybe cleaning products or disinfectant products. Usually the smell of when you are using disinfectant to clean your hands, to wipe down surfaces. So the dentist is quite a unique place to go to. Also the sound, when you have the sound of the drill or the suction tool that the dentist's technician would use to suck up any saliva. So it's quite a unique place, and it can be anxious because you're not used to hearing those sounds every single day. Do you think trips to the dentist are reasonably priced? I think that on the NHS, I think it's reasonably priced. I think because things are difficult in terms of inflation, cost of living crisis, it could be cheaper to help people. But for some people, if they are claiming benefits or if they are unable to pay, then they can get help with this. And especially compared to private dentists, it can be very expensive if you go to see a private dentist. So it's a balancing act because you have to factor in things like the cost of the dentist's surgery, the tools that they're using, the equipment. Also, you're paying for a specialist service. They've had to study for many years, and if they make a mistake, it can be dangerous. So you really have to trust your dentist. Do you have any good or bad childhood memories of dentists? I think I was quite fortunate. I had a good dentist when I was a child. He would often tell me to brush my teeth and tell me off if he had to give me a filling and put a filling in to my tooth. And so he did it in a nice way. It wasn't in an aggressive way. So I felt I didn't want to go back to the dentist and for him to tell me off if I had to have another filling. So I would take more care of my teeth. But as a child, I definitely was scared of going to see the dentist because it's an unfamiliar situation. And again, you're feeling quite vulnerable because there's nothing you can do. And if you have an itch on your nose, for example, you can't scratch your nose. You have to stay very still so that the dentist doesn't make a mistake. So it can be quite a nervous time. Are your teeth in good condition? I think British people have the stereotype of having bad teeth. I think my teeth are okay. I think they could be better, but I think having good oral hygiene is very important. So brushing your teeth twice a day, using mouthwash, using dental floss, and I think drinking enough water as well, I think is good for your oral health. So I do know some people that have had dental implants. So they've replaced their teeth and their teeth look amazing. And I think one of the reasons they did this was to improve their confidence, because they are in a customer facing role and it's about the perception. Unfortunately, I'm at a position now where I'm going to be 43 soon, and I'm much more comfortable being in my own skin. And I feel like life is too short to worry about some of those things too much. But I can understand why people want to get it done. If that option is there and you have the finances, why not? Because it can be very costly, it can be very expensive. Do you have a lot of choice when it comes to dentists in your town? Fortunately, in the UK, you have a plethora of dentists, NHS dentists, private dentists. So there's always a good dentist you can find. Would you want to be a dentist? Would you want to spend your time looking in other people's mouths? I think it's quite an interesting job, because it's one of those things where you can spend years not visiting the dentist, but then all of a sudden you can have an emergency and be in immense pain, and then going to see the dentist can alleviate that pain. So I think it's a very important job. Personally, I don't think I could be doing that day in, day out, but they seem to be well paid and have a nice lifestyle. So again, it's dependent on the individual. So let me know about your dentist experience. Do you like going to the dentist? When you went to the dentist last, what did the dentist do? Did they put in a filling? Did they take out a tooth? Was it just a checkup? Did they clean your teeth? It would be interesting to know. So thank you so much for watching. Watch this video next. Also, remember to click on the like button if you like this video, comment below, subscribe and share. It means so much to me. Thank you so much, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you and bye-bye. Hello everyone, how are you today? I hope you're well. My name is Harry and welcome back to Learn English with British Harry. I have taught thousands of students from all around the world. To hear what my students have been saying, visit my website britishharry.com. I have also created a fantastic free ebook that contains 5 amazing tips to help you to improve your English. You will find the link to download this free ebook in my description below. Today we are going to practice some shadowing. Why practice shadowing? Well, it's a good way to improve your pronunciation and to be immersed in English while listening to an interesting story. Firstly, you are going to hear the story from beginning to end. Secondly, I want you to repeat when the sections are paused. And finally, you can speak with me at the same time. And remember, don't worry about making mistakes. Making mistakes is brilliant because you can learn from them. Are you ready? Let's start. It was an ordinary weekday afternoon, and the tube carriage was filled with the usual quiet hum of passengers lost in their own worlds. Among them sat a man, probably in his mid-30s, dressed in a smart but slightly rumpled jacket. At his feet was a briefcase-style satchel resting neatly by his legs. He was in a deep sleep and snoring quietly. The tube came to a stop at Baker Street. It paused to allow people to exit and enter. Suddenly, the man jolted upright. In a moment of panic, he realized that this was his stop. Without a word, he grabbed his coat and dashed towards the doors. In his hurry, he completely forgot about his bag, which remained where he had left it on the floor. As the doors began to close, another passenger nearby noticed the bag. The passenger was quick to react. He grabbed the bag and called out with urgency, "Mate, your bag!" The man on the platform looked back in disbelief. He realized that he had left something important behind. At that moment, in a flash of instinct, the younger man threw the bag. The timing was incredible. The doors were nearly closed. The bag flew through the narrowest possible gap and sailed out of the tube just before the doors sealed shut. Outside, the man caught it cleanly. For a moment, he stood there, motionless, astonished by what had just happened. Then he looked up at the carriage in disbelief and gratitude. Inside the train, passengers who had been silently observing the drama broke into spontaneous applause. There was a wave of laughter and relief. The man who had thrown the bag beamed with joy, unable to hide his excitement. It was a small, fleeting moment, but it brought a surprising sense of unity to the carriage. It was an ordinary weekday afternoon, and the tube carriage was filled with the usual quiet hum of passengers lost in their own worlds. Among them sat a man, probably in his mid-30s, dressed in a smart but slightly rumpled jacket. At his feet was a briefcase-style satchel resting neatly by his legs. He was in a deep sleep and snoring quietly. The tube came to a stop at Baker Street. It paused to allow people to exit and enter. Suddenly, the man jolted upright. In a moment of panic, he realized that this was his stop. Without a word, he grabbed his coat and dashed towards the doors. In his hurry, he completely forgot about his bag, which remained where he had left it on the floor. As the doors began to close, another passenger nearby noticed the bag. The passenger was quick to react. He grabbed the bag and called out with urgency, "Mate, your bag!" The man on the platform looked back in disbelief. He realized that he had left something important behind. At that moment, in a flash of instinct, the younger man threw the bag. The timing was incredible. The doors were nearly closed. The bag flew through the narrowest possible gap and sailed out of the tube just before the doors sealed shut. Outside, the man caught it cleanly. For a moment, he stood there, motionless, astonished by what had just happened. Then he looked up at the carriage in disbelief and gratitude. Inside the train, passengers who had been silently observing the drama broke into spontaneous applause. There was a wave of laughter and relief. The man who had thrown the bag beamed with joy, unable to hide his excitement. It was a small, fleeting moment, but it brought a surprising sense of unity to the carriage. It was an ordinary weekday afternoon, and the tube carriage was filled with the usual quiet hum of passengers lost in their own worlds. Among them sat a man, probably in his mid-30s, dressed in a smart but slightly rumpled jacket. At his feet was a briefcase-style satchel resting neatly by his legs. He was in a deep sleep and snoring quietly. The tube came to a stop at Baker Street. It paused to allow people to exit and enter. Suddenly, the man jolted upright. In a moment of panic, he realized that this was his stop. Without a word, he grabbed his coat and dashed towards the doors. In his hurry, he completely forgot about his bag, which remained where he had left it on the floor. As the doors began to close, another passenger nearby noticed the bag. The passenger was quick to react. He grabbed the bag and called out with urgency, "Mate, your bag!" The man on the platform looked back in disbelief. He realized that he had left something important behind. At that moment, in a flash of instinct, the younger man threw the bag. The timing was incredible. The doors were nearly closed. The bag flew through the narrowest possible gap and sailed out of the tube just before the doors sealed shut. Outside, the man caught it cleanly. For a moment, he stood there, motionless, astonished by what had just happened. Then he looked up at the carriage in disbelief and gratitude. Inside the train, passengers who had been silently observing the drama broke into spontaneous applause. There was a wave of laughter and relief. The man who had thrown the bag beamed with joy, unable to hide his excitement. It was a small, fleeting moment, but it brought a surprising sense of unity to the carriage. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. To practice your shadowing technique further, watch this video. Thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely day, and I will see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. My name is Harry, and I'm a native English speaker and a British English teacher. I have taught thousands of students from all around the world to improve their English, and these tips have really helped my students to improve. How can you go from an intermediate learner of English to an advanced learner? Well, today I'm going to give you 10 steps to do just that. Number 1 is to speak fearlessly and speak often. The thing about learning a skill is that you get ready while you are doing something. Don't wait for the perfect time to start speaking, because you become ready by making your mistakes. And so the whole idea is to be fearless, welcome those mistakes, try to make as many mistakes as you can. A nice tip that I give a lot of my students is to imagine that they are a 5-year-old child. If we think about children when they are learning a new language, They love making mistakes because making mistakes is fun, because they get to learn, they're playing with the language. So imagine that you are a child and you're learning this language, and it's okay to make mistakes. It's actually a really good thing. Number 2 is to use reliable resources. So something like my YouTube channel, Learn English with British Harry, is a fantastic resource for you to learn and improve your English. I have lessons ranging from pronunciation, grammar, to everyday English. So have a look on my website and go through the videos. And I really encourage you to stop the videos at certain moments and practice saying the sentences. And have a little book. And in your book, this is your personal English dictionary. So you can write down any words that you have learnt for the day. Number 3 is to immerse yourself in English. So change the language on your phone, on your laptop, on your TV. Try to follow celebrities or English speakers on social media. This way you can start to be surrounded by English. Number 4 is to be consistent, not perfect. It's all about the small incremental changes you can make. A fantastic book I recommend is Atomic Habits. And it's a nice reminder that to improve in anything in your life, it's all about the small steps. It's about being consistent. It's about showing up. One thing that I can show from that is this channel is to be consistent. Even if you think you are struggling or you're not getting anywhere, the whole idea is to keep taking those small steps. Number 5 is to listen to TV shows and movies without subtitles. So here you're training your ear and you're listening to the rhythm of the words. And often when people speak English quickly, they blend the words together. So the whole idea is to try to recognize the sounds, the particular sounds. And then you can go back and put the subtitles on. So the whole idea is to listen for phrases, not individual words. Talking about learning phrases, number 6 is to learn in chunks. It's always better to learn in context. So when you learn a new word, try to look for a collocation and then practice that collocation in a sentence. So this way you are learning in chunks rather than learning the individual word, and you can put this into your active memory. So that's the whole point of learning. The sooner you can put this into your active memory and start using your mouth to say the sentences, the quicker it will go into your long-term memory. Number 7 is to mix formal and informal English. So for example, if I say something like, how's it going, compared to how are you? And it's fantastic to do this because you want to be an expert in English. You want to feel really confident speaking to different people in different situations. So you want to speak to the taxi driver or someone in the supermarket, and then speak to someone in a business meeting or speak to a CEO. So it's really nice to listen to comedies, listen to the news on the radio, and this way you're being exposed to formal as well as informal English. Number 8 is a big one, and this is to write regularly. Have a journal and make it a consistent habit to write in your journal. It's a fantastic way to organize your thoughts and practice using the words that you learnt. If you don't like to keep a journal, try writing in the comments. Write in my comments on my videos. It's brilliant practice. Don't worry about grammar or spelling mistakes. The whole idea is that it's something physical. You made the decision to type something, you're thinking about it, and the more that you do this, the better you will become. Also things like WhatsApp messages and any chance that you get to actually write something. I think there's something magical about writing that helps you to organize your thoughts. Number 9 is to read aloud. So don't just read. And this is a tip I gave one of my students last week, and he didn't actually think about it before. So he reads the news, he reads business news, and I told him, why don't you try reading aloud to practice your pronunciation? And he was shocked because he didn't think about it. But it's really helped him to improve his confidence, improve his pronunciation. So read aloud anytime you get the opportunity. You can also record yourself. This is a fantastic way to try to spot any mistakes that you make or any improvements. So this way you can keep track of your progress. If you recorded yourself reading a news article, and you can read a news article with one of my videos with me at the same time, and in a week's time, in a month's time, you can try the same thing and compare the audio to see how you have improved. Number 10 is to set clear goals. Understand your why. Why are you learning English? Well, there are so many positives to learning English. You can increase your career prospects. You can earn more money. You can build a more stable future for your family. You have opportunities to travel the world. You have so many cultures that you can explore. You can understand pop culture. You can understand movies, TV shows. So learning English is such a powerful thing, and it's so important as well. So finding the why for you is a strong motivating force that will carry you through, because it's one thing to have motivation, but you need to have the consistent routine. But you need to have that initial motivation and regularly check in on yourself to see if your why has changed. Because having that consistent routine means that you will be consuming English and improving even when you don't feel like practicing. If you don't feel like a heavy session of learning grammar or vocabulary, watch one of my videos. They are fantastic to help you to just consume English. Imagine yourself eating the language. So the more that you can be surrounded by it, it's going into your brain and it will help you in the long term. Also remember, I've created a fantastic free ebook. You'll find the link to download it in my description. It contains 5 amazing tips to help you to improve your English straight away. Thank you so much for watching. Watch this video next, and I will see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. What is your motivation for learning English? Well, it varies from person to person. My name is Harry, and I'm a British English teacher. As well as creating content on YouTube, I teach real students every day to improve their English. So I have a lot of experience in understanding my students' motivation. My students range from beginner to advanced, and teaching these students on a one-to-one basis every day, I've seen that for some people, their motivation may be to improve their IELTS score or aiming for a certain examination. And for example, I have a few students who are studying for their IELTS exam and they're looking to improve. So I'm helping them with their vocabulary, their fluency, their coherence. I have some other students who are looking to improve their business English. So they're looking to improve their presentation skills and speaking confidently in meetings. I have some others that have relocated to English-speaking countries and they're starting up a business. So it's helpful for them to know how to speak English confidently and fluently. So when you're learning English, it's really important to understand your motivation. With my student who is studying for her IELTS, I am focusing on past exam papers. So we're really focusing on certain vocabulary, some linking structures, some grammar to actually help her feel confident in the exam itself. For my student that is starting her business, I'm helping her to think about things to promote her business. So we really look at market competition, we see what her competitors are doing, and looking at developing her pitch. So a pitch is when you are able to summarize your business, what it is about. So even though she is highly qualified, it's difficult for her to express this in English. So as you can see, I've had a lot of experience when it comes to finding out what people's motivation is. It may be external, in this case, trying to pass an exam, or it may be internal. I have a student who wants to improve his English so he can travel to different countries and speak confidently in English. So in this case, we are looking at things like travel vocabulary, going to the hotel, booking a tour package and the different type of packages you can have, going to a restaurant. And the type of English varies from formal to informal. So when you're learning English, understanding why you want to learn English, what's your driving force, this can help you to keep you motivated after a long day at work or school and you're feeling tired. So it's really important to understand your why. I can also relate this to myself. What is my motivation for starting this YouTube channel? Well, I want to help as many people as possible to improve their English. And YouTube is a fantastic way to do that. And we are close to 10,000 subscribers on this channel. So I wanted to say a big thank you to everyone. I really appreciate your support. Also, click on the like and subscribe button. Let me know where you're from in the comment section and share this with anyone that you know. It really helps me out and I really appreciate it. I have an interesting article to share with you today about motivation. So we will go through the article together, looking at some interesting vocabulary, and then I will read the article from beginning to end to help with your motivation. So let's look at the title here. To achieve a goal, a drive to do so is key. Yet not all motivation is created equal, and some factors driving a desire to succeed can even be harmful. So this is quite an interesting title because we think about motivation as being something positive, but how can some factors be harmful? So already this title has piqued our interest. It's made us curious to read more to find out what this article is about. At the start of the new year, many of us are naturally thinking of our goals for the months ahead. And as we do so, it's worth paying attention not just to about the challenges themselves, but also the reasons we are taking them on. So at the beginning of the new year, it's quite easy to be full of motivation. This year is going to be my year. But as the months go on, your motivation can start to erode away. If you plan to write a novel, for example, are you doing it for the sheer pleasure of creating a fictional world inhabited by curious characters? Or are you doing it because you love literature and want to make a valuable contribution to your culture? Perhaps you simply want to prove to yourself that you are capable of being published. Or maybe you yearn for fame and writing a bestseller feels like a great path to recognition. So there are quite a few examples there of what your motivation could be. We have an interesting word, sheer pleasure. So sheer as an adjective is used for emphasis. So it can highlight the intensity, the size or force of something, and it adds strength or drama to a noun. So for example, it was sheer madness to go out in that storm. So it was very unreasonable, it was crazy, it was sheer madness. So we're emphasizing how crazy it was to go into that storm because it was incredibly dangerous. She succeeded through sheer willpower. This is actually a very common phrase, and this means to have a strong determination. Sometimes in life, you don't have things go your way, you may not be given the best cards in life, but sometimes through sheer willpower, you can work hard enough and you can show determination to reach your goals. The sheer volume of emails overwhelmed me. In a business setting, if you are receiving lots of emails, or if you've gone on holiday and taken some leave and come back, you check your inbox and you have so many emails. So you have an incredibly large amount of emails to go through. Yearn as a verb. So yearn means to have a strong and deep desire for something, especially something you cannot easily have or achieve. She yearned for her family while studying abroad. So if you go abroad, you may feel homesick. When you feel homesick, this is when you miss things from your home country. Maybe friends, it may be the culture, maybe be the food, it may be the weather. So in this case, you yearn to have something that you cannot have. So in terms of motivation, is this person writing for the sheer pleasure, the enjoyment of writing, or are they yearning, are they desperate for fame? So there's quite a contrast there in what their motivation could be. According to self-determination theory, each of these questions represent a different source of motivation with distinct consequences, good and bad, for our performance and well-being. This research suggests that by picking the right goals for the right reasons, you will be more engaged and more determined while deriving greater satisfaction from your success. So that's interesting. So here, if you look at what your motivation is, determines whether you would be more engaged and more determined, and also having greater satisfaction. When you have a feeling of satisfaction, it can be a feeling of pride. You can be proud of yourself. Even when you have not achieved your goals, you can be proud of yourself for the effort that you've put into a certain task. A reward in itself. Like many scientific ideas, self-determination theory has been years in the making. It has roots in a few studies from the 1970s, but only started receiving serious interest following the publication of a seminal paper in the year 2000 that outlined some of its core concepts regarding motivation, performance, and well-being. So a seminal paper as a noun phrase, this means a highly influential piece of writing. It's usually academic, and it introduces new ideas, shapes future thinking, or lays the foundation for further research in a particular field. So here, the key meaning here is influential on future work. For example, Darwin's seminal paper on the origin of species is considered to be very important for future work. Some other key features of a seminal paper is often cited by other researchers. So cited means when you give credit to this particular information, and you would write it in the notes that I obtained this information from this source. Introduces groundbreaking theories or methods, has long-lasting impact in its field. So here we can see that a seminal paper is very important because it has a lasting impact and it's quite important to know about. So here we can see that It has its roots from the 1970s. So it's been building for some time, this idea about where motivation can come from regarding performance and well-being. At the heart of the theory lies the optimistic notion that most humans have a natural desire to learn and develop. It's based on the assumption that people are growth-orientated, says Anja van den Broek, a professor in the Faculty of Economics and Business at KU Leuven, Belgium. So we have this word notion as a noun. It is an idea, belief, or understanding about something, especially one that is vague. So vague means general or not fully developed. For example, he had the notion that money could buy happiness. So he believed it, but it might not be fully true or thought out. So you can have a notion about something, but you don't have the proof, or it's something which hasn't been thought out properly. A growth orientation is most visible in young children's insatiable interest in the world around them. But adults too can feel an inherent fascination and curiosity in certain activities, which makes completing a task become its own reward. Just think of a time when you have been so absorbed in an activity that you haven't noticed time passing. This is known as intrinsic motivation. So insatiable here means impossible to satisfy. This is when someone has a strong desire or appetite for something. If you are really hungry, you have an insatiable appetite. If I haven't eaten junk food for a long time, it can start to build up, and then I have a cheat day and I would just have a lot of junk food like pizza or burgers. So you could also say he had an insatiable appetite for knowledge. So he constantly wanted to learn more, no matter how much he already knew. And when it comes to learning English, having an insatiable desire to learn English can help you to improve your level of English very quickly, because you understand that to improve English, I need to be surrounded by English. And this is why this podcast can really help you to improve. So when you are going about your daily tasks, maybe you're doing household chores, going to the gym, going for a walk, just pop this podcast on, listen to it again, try to be absorbed by the rhythm of my speech and vocabulary, and it will really help. So we have intrinsic motivation. So this comes from the inside. So completing a task becomes its own reward. So you're not worried about achieving a certain goal to have that feeling of happiness. Just doing the task every day is its own reward. And sometimes this can be difficult to comprehend, because in our world today, we are so results orientated. It's all about being productive, achieving things, having success. And this is why hobbies are wonderful, because they give you space to relax and really enjoy what you are doing. So when I go to the gym, I don't enjoy getting to the gym, but when I'm there, I enjoy seeing the progress and the results afterwards are not as important. Initially, when I started out, it was to get to a certain goal so I can lift a certain amount of weight or run for a certain amount of time. But those things are natural byproducts. And it's like learning English. So every day you keep chipping away, consuming English, enjoying that process. And before you know it, you would understand a native speaker when they speak. So eventually, and one day you will notice when a native speaker speaks in English, you think, yes, I understand that. But in the background, it's taken hours and hours of really enjoying the process. Often, however, we may lack sufficient intrinsic motivation to do a task necessary to meet our goals. And so we need to encourage ourselves or be encouraged by different forms of extrinsic motivation. They are identification. While you may not enjoy the activity itself, it may appeal to your broader values and goals, providing another form of motivation. For a teacher, it could be recognition of the importance of education and their role in improving students' futures that motivates them to spend extra hours marking homework. This is true for myself, but this is an intrinsic motivation where I really want to help you to improve your English because it can improve your life in so many different ways. For the aspiring novelist, it could be the sense that they are creating a meaningful work of literature that keeps them revising their manuscript, even if the act of writing itself may be laborious at times. If something is laborious, it's very difficult, it's very boring, but you have to do it anyway. Introjection. Sometimes we put pressure on ourselves to preserve our ego and self-image. Your self-esteem may depend on the activity, says Van der Broek. You are worried that if you don't meet your goal, you will feel shame and a sense of failure. This idea of ego is really nice to understand. So ego can be our sense of identity, who we are, so our name, our gender, our education, what we have achieved. It's how we think of ourselves, how we represent ourselves. And sometimes it can be a hindrance as well, because if you are successful or good at something, when it comes to trying something new that you're not good at, it can hurt your ego. So it's really good to let go of your ego and try to have a beginner mindset when it comes to learning. Introjection as a noun, this is a psychology term, and it refers to the process of unconsciously adopting the beliefs, attitudes, or feelings of others as if they were your own. External regulation. Sometimes motivation comes purely from external rewards, such as fame and fortune. In some workplaces, external regulation may come as performance-related bonuses and salary increases. So this is quite interesting. Someone may have a job that they really hate, but they are well paid and they get nice bonuses. So this would keep them trapped in the job and stop them from finding out what they really love to do. You continue to put in the work to get the money, even if you find them tasks themselves to be rather dull and meaningless. If people experience very little of these, then they have amotivation. As you might expect, people with amotivation are expected to have low productivity and engagement. This might be most evident in education, with students who will miss class at any opportunity and who have no intention of putting effort into their studies. Research suggests that by picking the right goals for the right reasons, you will be more engaged and more determined, while deriving greater satisfaction from your success. Psychologists who study self-determination theory have designed various questionnaires to measure each of these various types of motivation in many different contexts. And throughout the past 2 decades of research, some very clear patterns have emerged. So we can see 2 decades. So here, if we think about deduction, this implies that this research can be trusted to a certain extent, or could be trusted, because a lot of time, a lot of effort has gone into this research. So it's something that we should take notice of. Conversely, if it was a research that was only done over 2 years, we can assume that it may not be as reliable as 20 years. Van den Broek, for example, recently analyzed 104 papers examining motivation in the workplace. As expected, intrinsic motivation, inherent interest or pleasure sparked by the job itself, predicted better job satisfaction, engagement, and proactivity, and it was highly protective against burnout. Identification, the sense that a job is important or meaningful, was also extremely good for well-being, and it proved to be even more important for job performance. So here, this is very interesting because, as expected, yes, we can assume that having intrinsic motivation is important because it keeps you going. It's something that you love doing, but here it's backed up by proof. And it can be protective against burnout. So if you are studying for long hours, working for long hours, you can have burnout. And burnout can catch up with you suddenly or over time, and you can feel very tired. You can lose your motivation to continue to do that thing that you enjoyed. So having that internal spark can protect you from having burnout. The effects of the other types of motivation tend to be more ambiguous. Introjection, linking your work to your self-esteem, does seem to ensure better performance, but it also increases stress and comes at a heightened risk of burnout, which is a high price to pay for professional success. So here, if you link your work to your self-esteem, so if you do really well in your job and have positive feedback from your manager, you can feel really good. It can improve your self-esteem. You can feel good about yourself. But here it increases the stress because you are constantly on that treadmill to try and achieve that same state. External regulation, purely financial incentives to perform well, prove to have the worst effects as someone's primary form of motivation. Its effects on things like engagement and performance were limited, while also leading to worse well-being. There's even some evidence that people who are motivated purely by extrinsic rewards are more likely to act dishonestly, such as lying about their performance in order to get the recognition they desire. So focusing just on the external can lead to worse well-being. What do you actually want? It is important to take these conclusions with an important caveat, says Ian McRae, a work psychologist and author whose books include Motivation and Performance, co-written with Adrian Furnham. While he sees value in distinguishing the different kinds of motivation, he points out that their relative importance will depend on broader circumstances. If someone is struggling with the cost of living crisis, for example, then external motivations, such as the promise of an increased pay packet, could make a real difference. You have to be careful about drawing conclusions for all sectors of the workforce, he says. Caveat as a noun. Caveat means a warning, caution, or condition added to something to prevent misunderstanding or highlight a potential problem. So, for example, you can borrow my car with the caveat that you will fill up the tank. So you can borrow my car but there's an exception. So you have to fill up the tank, because when you're driving my car, you're using up the petrol, and I will have to then pay to put petrol into the car. So let's go back up here. And Ian McRae makes a very interesting point, that it's all well and good saying that external motivation can be bad, but sometimes it's necessary. With the cost of living crisis, people are really struggling. Everything has become more expensive. Wages haven't really improved. So people are really struggling. So if you have that motivation that if you perform well, you can increase your salary, which means you can increase the security for your family, this can be a strong motivating force, but eventually it could lead to burnout and stress. Once your basic needs have been met, however, then intrinsic motivation becomes far more significant, says McRae. So if you are in a relatively stable financial position, you might rethink starting a new project or position solely for the extra cash, unless you think that it would also incite your curiosity or give you a sense of meaning and purpose. So he is recognizing and appreciating that intrinsic motivation can become more significant. McRae suggests that interrogating your sources of motivation might improve your experience of your existing job. Self-awareness is fundamentally important, he says. One of the key things is to understand what you actually want from the work. If it's about your working relationships with other people, or if it's about learning and development, for example, you can then look for opportunities to capitalize on those elements. So that's interesting. If you're in a job that you don't like, you've lost motivation, really think about what your motivation is. In this case, if it's about improving, you could make suggestions about improving the workplace. You could look for certain courses you could do at work, and you can say to your manager, if I go on this course, it will be of a benefit to the company. It can improve the company's performance. And it will give you the motivation to achieve something that you can have on your CV, maybe to help in a future job. On the management end, it is essential that leaders listen carefully when their employees express these motivations, he says. And they should make a genuine effort to provide the necessary resources that will allow the employees to pursue those interests. That may be far more effective at energizing the workforce than offering an end-of-year bonus to the most productive team member. Vanderbroek agrees. She points out that offering employees a sense of autonomy is linked to the intrinsic and identification forms of motivation. This doesn't mean giving employees completely free rein to do whatever they want, but it might involve giving them some choice in the activities they perform and explaining the purpose of the unavoidable tasks that they have been assigned so they can at least understand how their work fits in with the team's mission. This is quite interesting because if you can look at the bigger picture and understand that the tasks that you're doing, even though they feel meaningless, they fit into the bigger picture. So when it comes to learning English, for example, learning some vocabulary or grammar that seems boring, it will fit into the bigger picture. But here it's understanding why. So it's about not just learning grammar or vocabulary in isolation, but learning it in context so you can apply it to your everyday life. The pleasure principle. Self-determination theory isn't all about work. It can also inform our hobbies too. Do you aim to learn a language, for instance, simply because you think it would sound impressive, or does it derive from a genuine interest in the culture or a specific need to communicate with the language's speakers? So here this word culture is interesting. When you're thinking about learning a language, it's nice to know about the culture of the country as well. So when I'm teaching, I often talk about British culture because it's nice to see where the words come from, how people use certain phrases and sentences, and it can determine their environment. If you are inspired by the latter, you will find the inevitable hard work much less of an ordeal than someone who is looking to learn the language for the social cachet of being multilingual. So here, cachet means being admired. So is this person looking to be admired for knowing different languages, or because they want to learn about the culture and immerse themselves in the environment and communicate with different people? With your fitness, meanwhile, you might put pressure on yourself to do the hardest activity you can manage simply because you want to prove your abilities to yourself or others, and you may feel that you're somehow failing if you don't push yourself to the absolute maximum. None of these reasons reflect much intrinsic motivation. However, so why not choose an activity that is slightly less strenuous but far more pleasurable? Recent research shows that people who select their exercise regimes in this way show greater persistence than those who did not consider their interest or enjoyment of the activities, even if each session is slightly less grueling. If you are more likely to stick with the activity, the long-term commitment will pay greater dividends. This word dividends means the profit that is given from a company to its shareholders. In this context, we can think about profit being the achievements and the positive effects that you have after doing exercise. So you will feel fitter, you'll feel happier after sticking to the exercise for a long time. Life is short after all, and there is only so much that we can achieve with the time that we are given. Self-determination theory reminds us we need to be selective about the activities that we pursue. If you focus on the goals that are most personally meaningful and pleasurable and ignore those that have been inspired or imposed by others, self-improvement does not have to be a chore, but a source of joy. So that's a very good point. Life is short. So you have to be selective about how you spend your time. In thinking like this, it's interesting because why waste 30, 40 years in a job that you hate? Because life is short. In this case, you have to be selective about your time. So doing something that you enjoy can make life worth living. You have intrinsic motivation. It aligns with your personal values. You've got your goals. And actually doing the work gives you pleasure. It's not just about the end result. Thinking about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, let me know in the comments, what are your intrinsic and your extrinsic goals? We can relate this to English or any other topic if you'd like. So with English, what is your intrinsic motivation? Is it to learn to go to a different country and immerse yourself in the country and understand movies and native speakers better? Is it extrinsic motivation? Is it to get a higher paying job? Or is it to pass an examination? And sometimes these can go hand in hand. They can go together. So you could have an intrinsic motivation to communicate with native speakers, but also to be in a job that you like, that is well paid. So these two can go together. Now I will read the article from beginning to end to help with your pronunciation, so you can sit back, relax, and listen. To achieve a goal, a drive to do so is key. Yet not all motivation is created equal, and some factors driving a desire to succeed can even be harmful. At the start of the new year, many of us are naturally thinking of our goals for the months ahead, and as we do so, it's worth paying attention not just about the challenges themselves, but also the reasons we are taking them on. If you plan to write a novel, for example, are you doing it for the sheer pleasure of creating a fictional world inhabited by curious characters? Or are you doing it because you love literature and want to make a valuable contribution to your culture. Perhaps you simply want to prove to yourself that you are capable of being published. Or maybe you yearn for fame and writing a bestseller feels like a great path to recognition. According to self-determination theory, each of these questions represent a different source of motivation with distinct consequences, good and bad, for our performance and well-being. This research suggests that by picking the right goals for the right reasons, you will be more engaged and more determined, while deriving greater satisfaction from your success. A reward in itself. Like many scientific ideas, self-determination theory has been years in the making. It has its roots in a few studies from the 1970s, but only started receiving serious interest following the publication of a seminal paper in the year 2000 that outlined some of its core concepts regarding motivation, performance, and well-being. At the heart of the theory lies the optimistic notion that most humans have a natural desire to learn and develop. It's based on the assumption that people are growth-orientated, says Anja van der Broek, a professor in the Faculty of Economics and Business at KU Leuven, Belgium. A growth orientation is most visible in young children's insatiable interest in the world around them. But adults too can feel an inherent fascination and curiosity in certain activities, which makes completing a task become its own reward. Just think of a time when you have been so absorbed in an activity that you haven't noticed time passing. This is known as intrinsic motivation. Often, however, we may lack sufficient intrinsic motivation to do a task that is necessary to meet our goals. And so we need to encourage ourselves or be encouraged by different forms of extrinsic motivation. They are identification. While you may not enjoy the activity itself, it may appeal to your broader values and goals, providing another form of motivation. For a teacher, it could be a recognition of the importance of education and their role in improving students' futures and motivates them to spend extra hours marking homework. For the aspiring novelist, it could be the sense that they are creating a meaningful work of literature that keeps them revising their manuscript, even if the act of writing itself may feel laborious at times. Introjection. Sometimes we put pressure on ourselves to preserve our ego and self-image. Your self-esteem may depend on the activity, explains Van der Broek. You are worried that if you don't meet your goal, you will feel shame and a sense of failure. External regulation. Sometimes motivation comes purely from external rewards, such as fame and fortune. In some workplaces, external regulation may come as performance-related bonuses and salary increases. You continue to put in the work to get the money, even if you find the tasks themselves to be rather dull and meaningless. If people experience very little of these, then they have amotivation. As you might expect, people with amotivation are expected to have low productivity and engagement. This might be most evident in education, with students who will miss class at any opportunity and who have no intention of putting effort into their studies. Research suggests that by picking the right goals for the right reasons, you will be more engaged and more determined, while deriving greater satisfaction from your success. Psychologists who study self-determination theory have designed various questionnaires to measure each of these types of motivation in many different contexts. And throughout the past 2 decades of research, some very clear patterns have emerged. Van der Broek, for example, recently analyzed 104 papers examining motivation in the workplace. As expected, intrinsic motivation, an inherent interest or pleasure sparked by the job itself, predicted better job satisfaction, engagement, and proactivity, and it was highly protective against burnout. Identification, the sense that a job is important or meaningful, was also extremely good for well-being, and it proved to be even more important for job performance. The effects of the other types of motivation tend to be more ambiguous. Introjection, linking your work to your self-esteem, does seem to ensure better job performance, but it also increases stress and comes at a heightened risk of burnout, which is a high price to pay for professional success. External regulation. Purely financial incentives to perform well prove to have the worst effects. As someone's primary form of motivation, its effects on things like engagement and performance were limited, while also leading to worse well-being. There is even some evidence that people who are motivated purely by extrinsic rewards are more likely to act dishonestly, such as lying about their performance in order to get the recognition they desire. What do you actually want? It is important to take these conclusions with an important caveat, says Ian McRae, a work psychologist and author whose books include Motivation and Performance, co-written with Adrian Furnham. While he sees value in distinguishing the different kinds of motivation, he points out that their relative importance will depend on their broader circumstances. If someone is struggling with the cost of living crisis, for example, then external motivations, such as the promise of an increased pay packet, could make a real difference. You have to be careful about drawing conclusions for all sectors of the workforce, he says. Once your basic needs have been met, however, then intrinsic motivation becomes far more significant, says McRae. So if you are in a relatively stable financial position, you might rethink starting a new project or position solely for the extra cash, unless you think that it would also incite your curiosity or give you a sense of meaning and purpose. McRae suggests that interrogating your sources of motivation might improve your experience of your existing job. Self-awareness is fundamentally important, he says. One of the key things to understand what you actually want from the work, if it's about your working relationships with other people, or if it's about learning and development, for example. You can then look for opportunities to capitalize on those elements. On the management end, it is essential that leaders listen carefully when their employees express these motivations, he says, and they should make a genuine effort to provide the necessary resources that will allow their employees to pursue those interests. That may be far more effective at energizing the workforce than offering an end-of-year bonus to the most productive team member. Vanderbroek agrees. She points out that offering employees a sense of autonomy is linked to the intrinsic and identification forms of motivation. This doesn't mean giving employees completely free rein to do whatever they want, but it might involve giving them some choice in the activities they perform and explaining the purpose of the unavoidable tasks that they have been assigned, so they can at least understand how their work fits in with the team's mission. The pleasure principle. Self-determination theory isn't all about work. It can also inform our hobbies too. Do you aim to learn a language, for instance, simply because you think it would sound impressive, or does it derive from a genuine interest in the culture or a specific need to communicate with the language's speakers? If you are inspired by the latter, you will find the inevitable hard work much less of an ordeal than someone who is looking to learn the language for the social cachet of being multilingual. With your fitness, meanwhile, you might put pressure on yourself to do the hardest activity you can manage, simply because you want to prove your abilities to yourself or others, and you may feel that you're somehow failing if you don't push yourself to the absolute maximum. None of these reasons reflect much intrinsic motivation, however, so why not choose an activity that is slightly less strenuous but far more pleasurable? Recent research shows that people who select their exercise regimes in this way show greater persistence than those who did not consider their interest or enjoyment of the activities. Even if each session is slightly less grueling, if you are more likely to stick with the activity, the long-term commitment will pay greater dividends. Life is short after all, and there is only so much that we can achieve with the time we are given. Self-determination theory reminds us we need to be selective about the activities we pursue. If you focus on the goals that are most personally meaningful and pleasurable and ignore those that have been inspired or imposed by others, self-improvement does not have to be a chore, but a source of joy. Perfect. Well done. You did a great job. And that last line is so powerful. So self-improvement, learning and improving your English does not have to be a chore. So a chore is something like washing the dishes or cleaning the house, something which is quite difficult and dull and boring. But learning English can be a source of joy. If you think about the intrinsic motivation, think about how it would be so nice to understand native speakers, how to express yourself by using different vocabulary, different idioms, and it feels fun. It's a lot of fun to improve your English. So again, let me know in the comments below, what is your motivation for learning English? If you would like me to make a video on a certain topic, also let me know in the comments below. I have created a fantastic free ebook for you. It's completely free. It contains 5 brilliant tips to help you to improve your English straight away. And it's completely free. You can find the link to download this in my description below. To improve your English further, watch this video next. Thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely day, and I will see you in the next lesson. Bye-bye.